In the earliest days of Rombi, before the empire stretched across continents, before emperors and amphitheaters, the seeds of slavery had already taken root. Rome, like many societies in the ancient world, was built on hierarchy. At the very bottom of that hierarchy were the enslaved, men, women, and children stripped of citizenship, autonomy, and often their identities. But slavery in Rome did not arise in a vacuum. It was a practice inherited, adapted, and eventually expanded upon with relentless efficiency. To understand the Roman slave system is to understand how it emerged from a world where conquest was common and power was absolute. Rome's earliest history is shrouded in myth, with tales of Romulus and Remus, of divine ancestry and noble shepherds. But even in these stories, we find hints of a society defined by the domination of others. The legendary abduction of the Sabine women, one of Rome's foundational myths, is not just a tale of love and war, but also of forced integration, subjugation, and arguably the earliest symbolic enslavement. Though the Sabine women were said to have been married rather than enslaved, the message was clear. The strong took what they needed, and others, adapted or suffered. This ethos would echo through Roman slavery for centuries. The Romans were master borrowers, in culture as much as in war. Their earliest concepts of slavery were heavily influenced by their neighbors and rivals, the Etruscans to the north and the Greeks to the south. The Etruscans, known for their wealth and art, maintained a stratified society with slaves occupying the lowest rung. These enslaved individuals worked as farm laborers, household servants, and in some cases as ritual sacrifices. The Romans adopted many of these practices, including the notion that certain people were naturally inferior and thus fit for servitude. The idea of slavery as a natural order would be refined by Roman philosophers later, but its seed was already planted. Greek influence was even more profound. The Greeks had long maintained complex slave systems, particularly in cities like Athens and Sparta. Athens, in particular, had a large slave populations, sometimes outnumbering free citizens, and used enslaved people in every imaginable role, from manual labor to tutoring children. The Romans admired Greek sophistication, and as they conquered Greek territories in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, they absorbed not only artworks and ideas, but also thousands of enslaved Greeks. These individuals often became the most educated and highly valued slaves in Roman households, performing as doctors, musicians, scribes, and pedagogues. It was through the Greeks that Rome would begin to see slavery not just as a necessity, but as an institution that could enhance status and culture. Conquest was Rome's most prolific supplier of slaves. From its earliest expansion in Italy to its far-flung campaigns in Gaul, Africa, and the East, Roman military victories routinely produced captives, many of whom were funneled into slavery. The Roman Republic was practically fueled by the spoils of war, and no spoil was more prized or useful than human beings. After the Third Punic War, for example, the surviving Carthaginians were enslaved en masse. Similarly, when Julius Caesar campaigned in Gaul, he reportedly enslaved hundreds of thousands. These people were marched back to Roman territories, sold at auction, and dispersed across farms, homes, mines, and markets. War, in Roman eyes, was not just about glory, it was a harvest. But not all slaves came from war. Piracy played a significant role in the slave trade, particularly during the late Republic. The Mediterranean Sea was dotted with pirate strongholds, and kidnappings were frequent. Pirates would seize ships or coastal villages and then sell their human cargo to slave dealers in cities like Delos, Ephesus, and even Rome itself. The island of Delos, in fact, became a hub of slave trade in the 2nd century BCE, capable of processing tens of thousands of slaves per day. Though the Roman state eventually cracked down on piracy most, notably under Pompey the Great, the damage was done. Thousands of free people had been abducted and forced into bondage, their lives rewritten in a language of servitude. Debt slavery was another early source, though less common in later periods. In the early Republic, Roman citizens who could not repay their loans could legally be enslaved. These debt slaves, or nexi, lived in a gray area between freedom and bondage. They were technically still citizens, but had few protections and were often subjected to brutal treatment. The practice eventually declined due to public outrage and reform laws, such as the Lex Poetelia in the 4th century BCE, which prohibited the enslavement of Roman citizens for debt. Still, the memory of debt slavery lingered, a reminder that even within Rome's own borders, freedom was conditional. Religion, too, played a role in how Romans justified and managed slavery. Roman religion was highly syncretic, absorbing deities and rituals from conquered peoples. Enslaved individuals often brought their own beliefs and customs, and while some were permitted to maintain their spiritual practices, others were forced to adopt Roman gods. Slavery was sometimes sanctified through religious ceremonies. Conquests were celebrated with rituals that included the presentation of captives, and temples received enslaved people as offerings. The notion that some people were fated by the gods to serve others was not just a belief, it was a tool of control. The legal framework of slavery began to take shape as Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, and then to an empire. Early Roman law, like the 12 Tables, acknowledged slavery and codified some of its parameters. Over time, jurists like Gaius and Ulpian would develop a legalistic understanding of slavery that emphasized the absolute power of the master over the slave. Slaves were considered property, not persons, objects that could be bought, sold, inherited, and punished. This dehumanization was crucial to the system's stability. By reducing people to things, Rome could scale slavery without confronting its moral contradictions. Yet, even as slavery became more entrenched, it also grew more complex. Rome's vast diversity meant that slaves came from all corners of the known world: Germans, Britons, Thracians, Egyptians, Jews, Nubians, Syrians, and many more. This diversity brought a range of skills, languages, and appearances into Roman households and streets. In a city like Rome, it was not uncommon to see enslaved people who looked indistinguishable from their masters, or to hear them speak multiple languages. This cosmopolitanism blurred the lines of identity and origin, but it did not soften the chains. No matter their background, the enslaved shared the same legal invisibility. In many ways, the roots of Roman slavery revealed the brutal efficiency of a system built to fuel expansion, wealth, and status. What began as a borrowing from neighboring cultures evolved into one of the most comprehensive and institutionalized slave systems in history. Rome did not invent slavery, but it refined it, scaled it, and made it inseparable from its vision of civilization. The city on the Tiber rose on the backs of millions who would never be citizens, never be remembered by name, and never be free. As we step deeper into the world of Roman slavery in the chapters to come, we will see how these roots blossomed into a network of labor, culture, resistance, and paradox. from opulent villas to grueling mines, from whispered prayers to shouted orders in the arena. The story of Roman slavery is as sprawling as the empire itself and just as haunting. To understand Roman slavery, we must first ask a deceptively simple question. Who, exactly, were the people who ended up enslaved? The answer, as it turns out, is as vast and varied as the empire itself. Roman slavery was not confined to one race, ethnicity, or region. It transcended borders, languages, and identities. Anyone, under the right or rather, the wrong circumstances, could become a slave, whether through war, piracy, birth, poverty, or misfortune. The paths into bondage were many, and the faces of the enslaved reflected the full spectrum of the ancient world. Let us begin with the most common and most Roman route into slavery: conquest. The expansion of Roman territory was one of the most significant sources of enslaved people throughout the Republic and the Empire. With each new war came prisoners, and prisoners became property. This practice was not only accepted, was expected. Capturing and enslaving enemy combatants and civilians alike was considered part of the spoils of victory, no different from looting temples or seizing farmland. These war captives formed the backbone of Rome's ever-growing labor force. Take, for example, the Punic Wars. After the final destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE, the Romans enslaved the surviving population. Men, women, and children, those who had not perished in the siege, were marched away in chains. Similarly, during Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, entire villages were emptied. Caesar himself boasted of enslaving hundreds of thousands, parading captives through Roman streets in triumphs and selling them off to the highest bidder. To the Roman elite, such conquests were not only militarily significant, but economically lucrative. A successful general could fund his ambitions and reward his supporters with the human dividends of war. But slavery was not always the result of battlefield defeat. Piracy was another major pipeline in the centuries leading up to the empire. The Mediterranean was infamously lawless in some regions, and pirates roamed freely along coasts and trade routes. They targeted not only ships laden with goods, but also coastal towns and islands. These raiders would abduct travelers, villagers, and sailors alike, selling them into slavery at ports where buyers asked few questions. The island of Delos in the Aegean Sea became a notorious center for the slave trade in the Hellenistic period, processing thousands of enslaved people per day. The rise of piracy meant that even those far from Rome's borders could suddenly find themselves thrust into slavery. Even Roman citizens, under certain conditions, could become enslaved, especially in the early Republic. The institution of nexum, or debt bondage, allowed creditors to enslave citizens who defaulted on their loans. This practice, while technically not the same as chattel slavery, often resulted in the same loss of freedom and agency. A debtor might be forced to work off their obligations under harsh conditions, subjected to beatings or humiliation. The Lex Poetelia, Papiria, passed in the 4th century BCE, outlawed debt slavery for Roman citizens. But the mere existence of such a law speaks volumes about the precariousness of freedom in Rome. Financial ruin could still lead to informal servitude or coercion. Beyond war and piracy, one of the most enduring sources of enslaved people was reproduction. In Roman law, the principle of partus sequitur ventrum held sway. The status of a child followed that of the mother. If a woman was enslaved, any children she bore, regardless of the father's status, were born into slavery. This rule created a self-perpetuating cycle. Enslaved women especially those in domestic service or concubinage, often bore children, and these children became part of the master's household as slaves from birth. Over generations, entire lineages of enslaved people could form within a single estate, their identities and family ties reduced to inventories in household records. Roman slavery, unlike some systems, was not race-based. Enslaved people came in every shade of skin and spoke a multitude of languages. There were fair-haired Germans taken from the forests of the north, olive-skinned Greeks brought from sacked cities in the east, and dark-skinned Africans captured or purchased through Saharan trade routes. The diversity of enslaved individuals reflected the geographic reach of the empire. Yet this very diversity complicated Roman ideas about superiority. While many Romans believed themselves inherently better than the people they enslaved, they also acknowledged and often admired the talents, cultures, and intellect of their captives. A Greek philosopher might serve as a tutor. A Syrian scribe might manage household accounts. A Gallic craftsman might produce fine goods. Slavery in Rome was both a brutal system and a strange meritocracy of exploitation. Still, not all slaves were taken violently or born into servitude. Some were sold either by desperate parents, deceitful brokers, or even themselves. In times of famine or hardship, families might sell one of their children to avoid starvation. Individuals might sell themselves into slavery to pay off debts or escape even worse fates. While technically voluntary, such acts rarely ended well. The person relinquished not just their liberty, but their legal status. Once enslaved, the protections afforded to citizens or freeborn individuals vanished. They became property-owned, controlled, and disposable. Runaway slaves, or fugitives, formed another shadowy category. If captured, they might be resold, returned to brutal punishments, or branded to prevent escape. Roman law permitted harsh treatment of such individuals. Fugitive slaves could be hunted by professionals called fugitiveri, and slave owners often posted detailed notices sicken to wanted posters describing the escaped individual's appearance, clothing, and mannerisms. The very existence of this profession is telling. It was common enough for slaves to run that an entire industry emerged around tracking them down. Religion and ethnicity sometimes played a role in shaping a slave's experience, but not always in predictable ways. Jewish captives, particularly after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, were taken in large numbers to Rome and enslaved. They retained distinct identities and customs, and some were eventually allowed to form communities or gain freedom. Christians, in the earliest centuries, were sometimes enslaved for their beliefs, though Christianity would later become a faith deeply intertwined with Roman institutions, including slavery itself. Pagan slaves, too, brought their own gods and rites with them, occasionally clashing with or subtly influencing Roman household worship. The fates of enslaved people varied widely depending on how and by whom they were enslaved. A man captured in battle and sent to the mines faced a brutal, short life. A child born to a house slave might grow up in relative comfort, learning Latin, attending to elite masters, and even aspiring to manumission. A woman captured by pirates and sold in a port city might end up as a concubine or a domestic servant. Geography, gender, skill, and sheer luck shaped a slave's destiny far more than any consistent policy. Rome's system was sprawling, decentralized, and driven by market forces and individual discretion. One of the more tragic routes into Roman slavery was through fraud and betrayal. Unscrupulous dealers might kidnap or trick individuals into slavery. Orphans and abandoned children, without guardians to protect them, were particularly vulnerable. Roman law permitted the enslavement of foundlings under certain conditions, and the streets of Rome occasionally swelled with the cries of the lost and exploited. Slavers would collect these children and raise them not as wards, but as future servants, laborers, or sexual property. The sheer number of enslaved individuals in the Roman world is staggering. Estimates suggest that during the height of the empire, between 20% and 40% of the population in Italy were slaves. In Rome itself, the number may have been even higher. This massive underclass of unfree laborers powered the city's infrastructure, its agriculture, its homes, and even its politics. The aristocratic lifestyle, the banquets, villas, public spectacles, and leisurely philosophy was made possible by the invisible hands of countless slaves. And yet, despite their vast numbers and undeniable contributions, enslaved people remained legally voiceless. They could not marry in the eyes of the law. They could not own property, at least not officially. They could be beaten, raped, or killed by their masters with little legal consequence. Some laws were passed to curb the worst abuses, but enforcement was inconsistent at best. The enslaved were defined by their lack of persona, their lack of standing. Even those who rose to positions of trust or influence remained vulnerable. A trusted slave could be promoted or executed on a whim. In many ways, the Roman slave system functioned not because it was just or efficient, but because it was comprehensive. It allowed entry through so many channels: war, piracy, birth, debt, sale, fraud, that it could constantly replenish itself. As we move forward into the next chapters, we will see how this human reservoir was shaped, traded, and used, sometimes cruelly, sometimes surprisingly, but always under the shadow of domination. The question of who became a Roman slave is only the beginning. The more pressing question is, what happened to them next? In the heart of the Roman world, amid the clamor of merchants hawking olives and amphorae, spices and silks, there echoed a far more unsettling trade, the buying and selling of human beings. The Roman slave market was a meticulously organized, economically vital institution. It was not hidden in alleys or practiced in whispers. Rather, it was a public, thriving, and unashamed enterprise that fueled the very engine of Roman society. To step into a Roman slave market was to confront the commodification of life itself, where age, skill, beauty, and health translated directly into price, and where human fate turned on the nod of a buyer's head. These markets were scattered throughout the Roman world, but none were more infamous or influential than those in Rome itself. Located invisible, often bustling areas of the city, such as the Forum or near the Septa Julia, slave auctions were part of daily life. Citizens and foreigners alike passed by pens and platforms, where enslaved individuals were displayed like livestock. The practice was normalized to the point of routine. Men examining teeth, women poking ribs, dealers shouting prices. For the average Roman, this was no more surprising than the sale of cattle. The mechanics of a Roman slave sale were intricate and regulated. Slaves were typically sold at auction, either individually or in groups. Those arriving from military campaigns or pirate raids might be kept in holding areas called ergastula, large, prison-like farm buildings, before being brought into the city for sale. Auctions were held on raised platforms, ensuring visibility for the crowd. Prospective buyers would walk around the slaves, inspect their bodies, ask questions of the dealer, and sometimes require them to demonstrate a skill. Slaves might be made to recite a poem, lift a heavy object, or play an instrument, anything to showcase their value. To assist the process and reassure buyers, Rome developed a surprisingly bureaucratic system of sales. Each slave came with a titulus, a wooden tag hung round the neck or attached to the platform, listing essential information: name, origin, age, health status, and known skills. If a slave had a disease or defect, say poor eyesight, a limp, or a propensity for violence, it had to be disclosed. If a dealer failed to reveal such details, and the buyer later discovered them, the sale could be annulled under Roman law. This legal provision did not stem from concern for the slave's well-being, of course, but rather from a desire to protect the economic interests of the buyer. There were, however, deceptive practices that blurred the lines of legality. Dealers would often wash slaves thoroughly before auction, rub their skin with oil to enhance luster, and even apply makeup or temporary dyes to disguise age or ethnicity. Young boys and attractive girls were dressed provocatively to appeal to certain buyers. It was not uncommon for slave traders to misrepresent a person's origins or talents. A Gaul might be presented as a cultured Greek. A mute might be said to be merely shy. While some of these tricks could be punished under Roman commercial law, enforcement was inconsistent and depended heavily on the buyer's status and influence. The price of a slave varied dramatically based on age, gender, appearance, origin, and skills. A strong male laborer might sell for 2,000 sesterces, a considerable sum, but within reach of a middle-class Roman. A skilled Greek teacher or physician, by contrast, could fetch 10,000 sesterces or more. Female slaves, especially those deemed beautiful, were often sold at higher prices if their intended role was concubinage or companionship. Child slaves were tragically common and were usually priced lower, though attractive or talented children could be especially valuable. The Roman market, in this sense, was acutely attuned to supply and demand. Not all slaves were sold at auction. Some were sold sub corona, literally under the crown, a phrase used for war captives who were sometimes displayed wearing symbolic garlands. Others were sold privately through contracts. Wealthy families might purchase slaves directly from trusted dealers, or even commission slaves with specific skills, requesting, for instance, a Greek grammarian, an Egyptian cook, or a Thracian gladiator. This bespoke side of the trade speaks to how deeply slavery had been woven into the fabric of elite Roman life. A senator's household might have hundreds of enslaved individuals, each chosen for a particular function, from wardrobe maintenance to estate management. The markets themselves were grim theaters of human humiliation. Slaves were stripped for inspection, and in many cases remained naked during the sale to prevent the hiding of scars or deformities. Female slaves were particularly vulnerable, subjected to leering eyes and demeaning examinations. Some were sold with contractual conditions that included sexual availability, effectively binding them to a life of sanctioned exploitation. Slavery in Rome was not just a condition of labor, but often one of complete bodily possession. The market, with its barking dealers and indifferent crowds, made that fact painfully clear. There were moments, however, when even Romans found aspects of the trade distasteful. Philosophers like Seneca and Cicero wrote of slavery's moral complexities, though they did not oppose it outright. Satirists like Juvenal occasionally mocked the pretensions of freedmen who had once been auctioned like cattle, and on rare occasions, public sentiment turned against the most egregious abuses. But these moments were fleeting, and they never threatened the institution itself. The market endured because it was profitable, and profit in Rome often trumped principle. One of the more overlooked aspects of the slave market was the psychological toll it inflicted, not only on the enslaved, but on the buyers. Romans were not blind to the humanity of those they purchased. In fact, their interactions often acknowledged it, which is what made the system all the more contradictory. A master might weep with a dying slave, yet beat another the next morning. A matron might entrust her child to a nursemaid whose own children had been sold away. The market introduced not only bodies into households, but moral dissonance. The institution persisted not through ignorance, but through the normalization of cruelty. Children were a significant part of the slave trade, and their sale was particularly wrenching. They were often easier to train, seen as more adaptable, and less likely to rebel. Many were sold in family groups, then separated upon arrival in Rome. A mother might be sold to one household, her child to another. Roman law had no provisions to keep slave families together. These separations were a quiet tragedy repeated thousands of times across the empire, with no witnesses but the indifferent market and the stone walls that echoed the cries of those left behind. Religious rituals sometimes accompanied slave sales. In some cases, buyers sought divine approval or blessing for their purchases. Slaves were occasionally sprinkled with holy water or made to touch the threshold of the buyer's home during entry. These customs, while often symbolic, reveal how deeply entwined slavery was with Roman identity. Purchasing a slave was not merely a transaction, it was a reaffirmation of social order, a declaration of dominion, and a rite of passage for many Roman men and women. Even the language of the market reflected this perspective. Slaves were called race things. The law referred to them as instrumentum vocale, or speaking tools, a term that lumped them in with plows and carts. The market did not trade in people, not officially. It traded in tools that happened to bleed, weep, and dream. This semantic sleight of hand allowed Rome to build its golden age on the backs of those it refused to fully recognize as human. There were, of course, exceptions. Some slaves were purchased with the intent of granting them freedom after a set period. Others were manumitted as rewards for loyal service or upon the death of their masters. A few even purchased their own freedom, scraping together savings from small tips or gifts. But for the vast majority, the market was the beginning of an indefinite sentence, an entry point into a life controlled by another's will. And yet, the market was only the threshold. Beyond it lay the countless variations of Roman slavery: the villa and the latrine, the kitchen and the quarry, the study and the arena. Each destination would shape the slave's experience, and each left a mark on the empire itself. The Roman slave market was the great equalizer of suffering, a place where dignity was stripped, names were replaced, and futures were decided with the raising of a paddle. As we step beyond the market, into the homes and farms and cities where these individuals were sent, we will begin to understand not just the scale of Roman slavery, but its human face. In the next chapter, we will enter the domus, the Roman household, and observe the life of a house slave, from dawn's first task to the fragile moments of rest, from whispered thoughts of freedom to the fear of punishment. The market was the beginning. What followed was life in bondage. The grand Roman domus, with its airy courtyards, frescoed walls, and murmuring fountains, stood as a symbol of wealth, refinement, and Roman civilization itself. But beneath the polished marble and behind the ornate drapery, the day-to-day life of the Roman elite was enabled and sustained by an invisible labor force, enslaved men and women who worked tirelessly from before sunrise to long after sunset. These house slaves were the silent engines of domestic life, performing every task imaginable, often with precision, discretion, and unacknowledged skill. Their presence was ubiquitous, and yet their voices, like those of so many others in bondage, have been largely lost to history. To understand the rhythm of a house slave's day, one must begin before dawn. Long before the dominus and dominatha, master and mistress, rose from their beds, slaves were already awake and at work. The earliest risers were those assigned to lighting fires, preparing water, and baking bread. The Roman home lacked the conveniences of modern plumbing or heating, so these tasks required considerable effort. Fires had to be lit with flint or preserved embers, and water carried from public fountains or cisterns. The cook, or coquus, might begin kneading dough, while another slave tended the brazier. In large households, dozens of slaves coordinated this symphony of preparation with practiced, often wordless, efficiency. Cleanliness was a point of pride for Roman households, and a phalanx of slaves attended to it constantly. Floors were swept, mosaics scrubbed, and chamber pots discreetly emptied. Curtains and togas were shaken out, couches fluffed, and incense prepared. The slaves responsible for personal grooming, the tonsure, ornatrix, and balneator, readied the supplies for the master's morning rituals. Some were so skilled in their roles that they became essential confidants, allowed to handle the master's face or hair with sharp razors or delicate pins. Still, their intimacy with the household's most powerful figures did not grant them true trust or respect. They could be beaten or dismissed for a single mistake. The morning hours were often the busiest. Roman elites frequently conducted business or received guests in their homes during the early part of the day. Slaves managed the logistics of these visits, opening the door, announcing arrivals, taking cloaks, and preparing seating. A designated ostiarius, or doorman, stood guard at the entrance, sometimes accompanied by a large dog for protection. Inside, the atriensis managed the household's internal order, acting as a kind of chief of staff among the enslaved. It was not uncommon for this slave to have a key role in accounting, scheduling, and supervision, a testament to how indispensable enslaved labor had become to Roman domestic life. Serving food and drink was both a skill and a performance. Meals, especially for wealthy families, were complex events that required multiple slaves to serve courses, pour wine, and clean between rounds. A slave might be assigned to a single guest, refilling their goblet at the slightest gesture. Others moved through the triclinium, the dining room, with platters of exotic fare, dormice stuffed with spices, oysters glazed in garum, roast boar steaming on silver trays. These slaves were expected to be invisible until needed, attentive but silent, gracious but self-erasing. Mistakes during these meals, such as a dropped cup or a poorly timed entrance good, result in harsh words or worse. Yet, house slaves were not merely manual laborers. Many were highly educated, performing intellectual tasks that freeborn Romans often delegated. Greek slaves, in particular, were prized for their literacy and cultural sophistication. A slave might serve as a tutor to the master's sons, teaching them Latin, Greek, rhetoric, and philosophy. Others served as scribes, accountants, or letter writers, sometimes acting as intermediaries between the master and his business contacts. These roles carried a strange duality. On one hand, the slave was respected for their intelligence. On the other, they were still property, with no legal autonomy or recognition of their scholarly accomplishments. House slaves were often part of the most intimate aspects of Roman life. Wet nurses nursed infants. Cubiculari attended to the master's sleeping chambers. Medici, or slave doctors, treated ailments. The lives of the enslaved intertwined deeply with those of their owners, often witnessing private conversations, family tragedies, and daily routines. Their proximity to power, however, did not translate into safety. A trusted slave could be promoted one day and punished the next. Their fortunes rose and fell with the moods and whims of their masters, and they lived under the constant awareness that their lives were not their own. Punishment was a permanent shadow in the life of a house slave. Roman law allowed for severe discipline, including flogging, branding, and in some cases, execution. A slave might be punished for perceived laziness, insolence, or even the mistakes of others. Female slaves were particularly vulnerable, often subjected to sexual exploitation with no legal recourse. Some Roman households even had small rooms or pits specifically designed for solitary confinement or punishment. The philosopher Seneca once wrote about a friend who beat his slaves while reclining at dinner as a casual amusement. Such anecdotes, though extreme, reveal the everyday terror that many slaves lived with. Yet, amid this cruelty, there were small acts of humanity and resistance. Slaves formed friendships with one another, shared gossip, songs, and quiet moments in kitchens and storerooms. They might help each other avoid punishment, hide small personal items, or communicate across different sections of the house. Some fell in love and formed informal marriages, raising children with quiet hope. Others found solace in religious practices, whether the household gods of their Roman owners or the deities of their own homelands. These small resistances, though often invisible to history, were vital expressions of dignity. The possibility of manumission being granted freedom was a powerful motivator for some house slaves. Roman masters sometimes rewarded loyal service with emancipation, especially for slaves who demonstrated intelligence, obedience, or affection. Freedmen often remained tied to the household in some capacity, but the promise of legal personhood, property rights, and civic participation offered a beacon of hope. For this reason, some house slaves worked diligently, hoping to earn their freedom through years of loyal service. Others, embittered by abuse or injustice, harbored quiet defiance or plotted escape. Even for those who never saw freedom, the house offered more protection than other arenas of Roman slavery. Unlike the mines, fields, or gladiatorial schools, the household at least provided food, shelter, and a somewhat regulated environment. Slaves who demonstrated loyalty or skill might avoid the worst punishments and even form lasting bonds with their masters. Some Roman writers describe slaves who were mourned by their owners, buried with proper rites, or remembered fondly in letters and inscriptions. These stories, while touching, are exceptions rather than the rule. They tell us more about the capacity of individuals than the nature of the system. Children born into the household were raised alongside free children, often nursing from the same breast, playing with the same toys, and hearing the same lullabies. As they grew, however, the divide between them widened. The free child became a citizen, inheriting land and status. The slave child became a servant, inheriting only toil. Some masters allowed enslaved children to be educated, particularly if they showed promise. Others saw no need to invest in the development of someone they could sell or discard at any time. The fate of a house slave's child depended entirely on the temperament and values of their master. The house was not just a place of labor, but a microcosm of Roman society. Within its walls, power was absolute, hierarchies were rigid, and roles were clearly defined. The paterfamiliasta, male head of household, had near total control over everyone under his roof, including slaves, children, and sometimes even his wife. The daily life of a house slave revolved around serving this authority. Whether trimming his beard, preparing his sandals, or holding the scrolls for his morning reading, the slave was an extension of his will. In this context, identity was shaped not by one's own desires, but by proximity to the desires of another. In the evenings, the house settled into a rhythm of winding down. Lamps were lit, dinner was served, floors were cleaned once more, and beds were turned down. Slaves prepared the sleeping quarters, ensured the master's comfort, and retreated to their own sleeping areas, usually cramped quarters near the kitchen, storage rooms, or even stairwells. These spaces offered little privacy or comfort, but within them a semblance of rest could be found. Stories were whispered, wounds were tended, and dreams, however fragile, were allowed a moment to unfold before the morning's labor began anew. The daily life of a Roman house slave was one of constant tension between visibility and invisibility, intimacy and alienation, hope and despair. They were the unseen architects of Roman elegance, the quiet voices behind the empire's grandeur. As we move to the next chapter, we will step beyond the city's marble facades into the harsh sunlight of the countryside, where slaves toiled in the fields and vineyards of vast Roman estates. There, amid dust and sweat, the life of the agricultural slave unfolded, less refined, perhaps, but no less integral to the empire's survival. Beyond the bustling streets of Rome, past the marble forums and perfumed atriums, stretched the great expanse of the Roman countryside. This rural world, fertile, sprawling, and essential, was the true backbone of the empire. Here, on sprawling estates known as latifundia, the wealth of Rome was grown, harvested, and hauled to cities in a steady stream of grain, olives, wine, and wool. But this bounty did not come from the hands of free farmers. It was built on the backs of the enslaved hundreds of thousands of men, women, and even children whose lives were consumed by toil. If the domus offered glimpses of comfort, the latifundium demanded only labor. The latifundia were not quaint family farms. They were vast agricultural operations, often encompassing thousands of acres and employing dozens or even hundreds of slaves, owned by the senatorial and equestrian elites. These estates were symbols of prestige as much as profit. The larger the landholding, the greater the influence of its owner, not only economically, but politically. Senators, who enriched themselves through agricultural production, often used their gains to fund public games, temples, and political campaigns. This wealth, in turn, helped perpetuate the institution of slavery, as success in agriculture depended almost entirely on free and expendable labor. The daily life of a field slave was harsh, repetitive, and often dangerous. Most were woken before dawn by an overseer known as a villicus himself, often a trusted or manumitted slave who barked orders and ensured the day's labor began promptly. Slaves were marched to the fields or vineyards in groups, usually barefoot and lightly clothed. There, they worked in teams, digging trenches, planting seeds, pruning vines, or harvesting crops. Tools were rudimentary, and the work was physically punishing. Summer brought the blistering heat of the Mediterranean sun. Winter, the bone-deep chill of wind and frost. There were no sick days or weather delays. The estate's profitability depended on relentless productivity. Food rations were basic and barely sufficient. A typical daily allowance might include a small portion of grain, perhaps some beans or lentils, a little olive oil, and occasionally a bit of vinegar or wine. Protein was rare, and meat even more so. Water came from wells or streams, sometimes carried long distances. The result was a thin, wiry population of laborers, constantly at the edge of exhaustion. Malnutrition, dehydration, and exposure were constant threats. Yet the work went on. The Roman machine demanded it. The sleeping quarters of these slaves were often little more than large, shared barracks damp, dark, and infested with insects. Privacy was non-existent. Clothing was minimal, sometimes just a tunic or loincloth, and shoes were a luxury. Injuries were frequent, whether from tools, animals, or overwork, and medical care was rudimentary. Slaves too weak or sick to work were a burden, and some masters opted simply to let them die. Others were subjected to cruel punishments for slowing production. Whippings, chains, and branding were common. In extreme cases, a slave might be shackled to prevent escape, or confined to underground cells known as ergastulagrim prison-like facilities on the estate grounds. The ergastulum deserves particular mention. These structures, sunken, often windowless rooms lined with rows of shackles were, where disobedient or higher-risk slaves were kept. Here, slaves might sleep, eat, and work in chains. The Romans justified these practices as necessary for managing large labor forces, but to the modern eye, they appear unmistakably as sites of extreme cruelty. The very existence of the ergastulum reveals the underlying fear that haunted Roman masters, that without terror the enslaved would resist, and indeed they sometimes did. Escape was always a hope, though a dangerous one. Field slaves who fled risked starvation, capture, and brutal punishment. Many estates were located far from cities or ports, and fugitives rarely knew where to run. The countryside teemed with informers and patrols, and bounty hunters, known as fugitiveri, made a profession of tracking down runaways. Slaves who were caught were whipped, mutilated, or executed. Branding with the letters FUG on the forehead was one method used to mark escapees. Despite the risks, stories of escapes real or legendary circulated among the enslaved, offering a flicker of hope and a whispered defiance. The type of labor a slave performed varied by region and crop. In southern Italy and Sicily, grain farming dominated, and harvest seasons were grueling. In central Italy, vineyards and olive groves required year-round attention, pruning in spring, harvesting in fall, fermenting in winter. In Gaul and Hispania, slaves worked on sheep farms, tending to flocks in harsh, remote landscapes. Each form of labor brought its own hardships. Olive pressing was heavy and dangerous. Grape crushing required barefoot stomping in vats for hours. The repetition and monotony were mental weights to match the physical ones. Despite the severity, some latifundia were known for their efficiency and organization. Agricultural manuals written by Roman authors such as Cato the Elder, Varro, and Columella detailed methods for managing slaves on large estates. These treatises, while framed as guides for optimizing production, offered chilling insights into how slaves were viewed as assets to be maintained and maximized. Columella, for instance, advises that slaves be given modest but regular food to keep them working, while Cato recommends selling old or infirm slaves as one would worn-out oxen. These texts reduce human lives to columns in a ledger, emphasizing the purely economic logic behind Roman slavery. Women were not exempt from agricultural labor. Female slaves worked alongside men in the fields, performed domestic tasks for the overseer's family, and were often expected to bear children. Some were sexually exploited by the overseer or master, either as concubines or to produce more slaves. Children born on the estate were property from birth, their futures preordained. They began working early hauling water, tending animals, or assisting with harvests. The estate functioned like a closed world, where generations lived and died in bondage, rarely seeing a city or learning to read. Religion and ritual offered one of the few psychological refuges for field slaves. Some estates maintained household shrines where both slaves and free workers could offer sacrifices. Enslaved individuals might carry amulets or tokens from their homelands, mutter prayers to forgotten gods, or mark sacred days with secret rites. Occasionally, a compassionate overseer allowed slaves to rest on festival days, such as the Saturnalia, when social roles were symbolically reversed. For a brief moment, slaves might be allowed to speak freely, mock their masters, or share a better meal. Yet once the holiday ended, the yoke returned. Rebellion was rare, but not unknown. The most famous example was the revolt led by Spartacus in 73 BCE, Thracian gladiator. Spartacus and his followers, many of them former field slaves, managed to defeat several Roman legions before being crushed. His uprising terrified the Roman elite and led to brutal crackdowns, but it also revealed the explosive potential of the rural slave population. Smaller, less famous revolts occurred throughout Roman history, especially in Sicily, where agricultural slavery was most concentrated. These revolts were usually sparked by mistreatment, food shortages, or charismatic leaders. Most were swiftly and violently suppressed. Not all field slaves suffered equally. Some estates, especially those closer to urban centers, had better conditions and more humane overseers. Skilled laborers, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, or vintners, might receive small privileges or better food. Trusted slaves could be promoted to supervisory roles, managing teams, or keeping records. These positions offered limited mobility within the slave hierarchy, but did not change the fundamental reality. They were still owned, still subject to sale, and still at the mercy of another's will. The Roman countryside, romanticized in literature as a place of bucolic peace, was, in truth, a landscape shaped by forced labor. The abundance of Rome, the bread that fed its citizens, the wine that flowed at banquets, the oil that lit its lamps was grown in bloodied soil. Field slaves were largely invisible to the urban populace. Their suffering was distant, their lives unrecorded, but without them, the empire could not function. Their anonymity was part of the system's strength. If they could be ignored, they could be endlessly replaced. Some of the most poignant archaeological evidence of field slavery comes from simple things: broken tools, crude sandals, cramped barracks. Occasionally, a buried inscription reveals a name, a plea, or a memory carved by a hand long forgotten. These remnants are the silent testimony of a class that left few written records but shaped the very contours of Roman life. Their sweat irrigated the land, their songs drifted across vineyards, their silence imposed and endured, echoes even now through the fields of Italy. As we leave the farms behind, we turn next to the beating heart of the Roman Empire, the city itself. In the urban landscape, slavery took on new forms, more visible, more diverse, and, in some ways, more insidious. In the next chapter, we will walk the streets of Rome alongside enslaved vendors, artisans, scribes, and servants, and explore how slavery permeated every corner of city life. From the palaces of senators to the stalls of the forum, the city was built on servitude. The city of Rome, heart of an empire that sprawled across continents, was a marvel of stone, ambition, and relentless activity. Marble temples shimmered in the sun. Aqueducts poured fresh water into the city's fountains and baths, and the murmur of 10,000 conversations echoed in every forum, alley, and arcade. Yet behind the splendor and bustle, in every shadowed archway, and beneath every act of urban civility, was the labor of the enslaved. Slaves were not only essential to Roman rural life, they were woven into every inch of its urban fabric. To live in the city of Rome was to live amid, alongside, and often because of slavery. Unlike their rural counterparts, who toiled under the open sky of the latifundia, urban slaves navigated a world of tight quarters, bustling markets, and dense human interaction. The roles they filled were astonishingly diverse, from cooks and cleaners to secretaries and entertainers. The enslaved population of the city wore many masks. Their duties were tailored to the complex, hierarchical needs of urban life. Some moved invisibly through households, others stood center stage in shops and streets. In many cases, the lines between servant, assistant, and chattel were deliberately blurred. A visitor entering a Roman domasa townhouse might first encounter a slave acting as the ostiarius or doorkeeper. This person, often a male slave stationed just inside the entrance, regulated who came and went, collecting messages, turning away unwanted visitors, and occasionally keeping watch on those within. The ostiarius was part guard, part receptionist, and wholly subservient. He might wear a distinctive collar, engraved with instructions, in case he ran away, such as "Hold me, for I have fled my master," a chilling reminder of his status, even amid seemingly normal duties. Deeper within the home, the staff expanded. The atriensis oversaw the house's interior, functioning like a butler or steward. Below him were laundry slaves, wet nurses, cooks, table servants, and cubiculari, who tended to the sleeping chambers. Wealthy families might employ a pregustator, a slave who tasted the master's food to detect poison. Such a position required trust, but also exposed the slave to daily danger. Even in this role of apparent prestige, their life was considered expendable. Outside the household, the streets of Rome were filled with slaves in every imaginable occupation. They stood in the stalls of butchers and bakers, handled purchases at wine shops, and carried messages through the thronged, the stone-paved Roman streets. Vendors often used slaves to peddle wares, letting them call out prices, haggle with customers, and transport goods. In larger businesses, slaves acted as managers, accountants, or public faces of the shop, while the owner remained in the background. Though they handled money, organized staff, and made crucial decisions, they remained property liable to punishment and unable to profit from their success. Some slaves accompanied their masters through the city as porters and personal aides. These attendants, often referred to as pedisequi, or nomenclators, followed senators and officials through public spaces, carrying documents, calling out names, and managing crowds. A Roman aristocrat might be flanked by dozens of such slaves as he paraded through the forum, projecting wealth and power. The nomenclator, in particular, had a clever and demanding role. He whispered the names of people approaching the master, allowing the master to greet them as though he remembered every acquaintance personally. This fusion of utility and performance illustrates the sophistication and moral ambiguity of urban slavery. Not all city slaves served in elite households or businesses. Many worked in public infrastructure. These servae publici, or public slaves, were technically the property of the Roman state rather than individual masters. They maintained aqueducts, cleaned streets, operated the thermae, and repaired roads. Some staffed temples, performing minor religious rites or maintaining sacred spaces. Others were clerks in government offices, copying scrolls and managing archives. Though not directly answerable to private citizens, these public slaves had little more autonomy than their domestically employed counterparts. In some cases, public slaves held considerable responsibility. The arationibus, for example, was a high-ranking fiscal secretary in the imperial bureaucracy, often a freedman who had once been enslaved. While technically no longer a slave, his role illustrates the upward mobility possible for a few urban slaves after manumission. Before freedom, however, many bureaucratic slaves lived a life of tedious repetition, writing and rewriting official documents by hand, day after day, for years. Literacy, highly valued and relatively rare, made these individuals particularly useful and especially difficult to replace. Entertainment and the arts also drew heavily on slave labor. Rome's theaters, music halls, and banquet performances were staffed and sometimes populated entirely by slaves. Musicians, actors, dancers, and acrobats were often trained from a young age and performed at the pleasure of their owners. Wealthy households kept musicians to play during meals or accompany poetry readings. Slaves might be trained in lyre, flute, or recitation, turning their talents into tools of display for the master's reputation. Some achieved renown in their own right, but recognition brought no liberty only, perhaps better food or lighter duties. Sexual exploitation, an ever-present horror of slavery, was particularly visible in the city. Brothels lupanario were staffed almost entirely by enslaved women and young boys. These individuals were purchased specifically for the purpose, marked with tattoos or collars, and subjected to relentless abuse. The leno or lena, slaveners, who managed brothels, treated their human inventory with ruthless efficiency. Outside formal brothels, concubinage within elite households blurred the lines further. Female slaves, often called ancilla, were expected to submit to their master's desires, with no legal recourse. Urban slavery did not shield anyone from exploitation, it only presented it in more ornate surroundings. Children played a particular role in the urban slave economy. Young boys might serve as errant runners, page boys, or lamp bearers. Girls were frequently placed in domestic roles or raised for future sale. Some children were born into slavery, the offspring of enslaved women, and raised alongside freeborn children in the same household. While their games and laughter may have sounded the same, their fates were radically different. The Roman household ensured that the boundary between master and slave was maintained even if the children were nurtured by the same hands. Despite the dehumanizing conditions, urban slaves developed complex social lives within the margins, allowed them. Many formed communities in larger homes or apartment blocks, sharing stories, meals, and quiet moments after work. They borrowed gods from each other's homelands, whispered about dreams of freedom, and looked out for one another where they could. Slaves in Rome might belong to informal associations known as collegia, which offered mutual aid and support. Though technically illegal for most slaves to organize, some collegia operated openly, especially among public slaves. These were spaces of solace, solidarity, and sometimes subtle resistance. Rome's manumission culture offered a unique, if limited, avenue of hope. Urban slaves were more likely than their rural counterparts to be freed. Some were manumitted through formal ceremonies such as vindicta, where a master, a magistrate, and a symbolic staff declared a slave free in the eyes of the law. Others gained freedom by saving money peculum granted to them for good service. The city allowed them access to markets, clients, and tips, all of which could accumulate over time. Freedmen often remained closely tied to their former masters, taking their family name and owing duties of loyalty and support. Still, manumission transformed a piece of property into a person, a change as profound as any Rome permitted. Inscriptions throughout Rome and its provinces testify to the lives of urban slaves and freedmen. Tombstones record names, professions, and affectionate tributes. One reads, "To Philadelphus, my faithful slave, who served me with love." Another, "To Julia Tyche, freedwoman and midwife, who delivered many children with gentle hands." These words, carved in stone, are rare glimpses into the humanity of those otherwise consigned to anonymity. They remind us that behind every task performed in the city, every clean street, every warm bath, every copied scroll stood a human being with a name, a history, and a heartbeat. And what of resistance? In the city, it was rarely open rebellion. Instead, it took quieter forms. A job done slowly, a message delivered late, a look exchanged across a room. Some slaves ran away, hoping to disappear into Rome's dense crowds. Others poisoned cruel masters, or passed information to rivals. Most resisted in subtler ways, preserving their dignity, educating their children, or praying to foreign gods. The city's complexity made room for small freedoms, even if they came at great risk. Rome's urban slavery was an engine that hummed beneath the surface of imperial power. It allowed senators to debate, poets to compose, and merchants to thrive. It cleaned the temples, kept the lamps lit, and raised the children. Without it, the Roman city would not function. And yet it remains one of the most underappreciated aspects of the empire's success, and one of the most disturbing. As we move forward, we will examine another facet of this vast system: the enslaved people who served not households or markets, but the Roman state itself. In the next chapter, we'll explore public slavery where government met bondage, and where Rome's bureaucracy, infrastructure, and administration relied on the labor of the unfree. In the Roman world, the boundaries between private and public life were often porous. A powerful senator might hold court in his atrium and cast votes in the Senate House on the same day. Merchants might finance temples or sponsor gladiatorial games. Just as individuals were expected to contribute to public life, so too was the Roman state interwoven with its private citizens. And just as elite families owned domestic and urban slaves to manage their affairs, so too did the Roman state maintain its own class of enslaved individuals, the servi publici, or public slaves. These were not the anonymous masses of the latifundia or the background figures of a household. Public slaves were integral to the operation of the empire's infrastructure. They maintained its aqueducts, kept its records, staffed its temples, and facilitated the business of empire. While their lives remained circumscribed by bondage, their duties and roles often placed them in close proximity to the machinery of Roman power. Their existence illuminates how deeply slavery permeated every layer of Roman life, even the sacred and official. The concept of public slavery may seem paradoxical at first. How could the Roman state, builder of laws, keeper of civic order, guardian of republican virtue, justify the ownership of human beings as part of its bureaucratic apparatus? The answer lies not in contradiction, but in continuity. Roman law regarded slaves as race or property, and the state, like any landowner or merchant, had property to manage. To the Roman mind, there was no inconsistency in enslaving individuals for the maintenance of roads or the copying of legislation. If anything, it was a logical extension of the social hierarchy that defined Rome itself. Public slaves were technically the property of the populus Romanus, the Roman people. This meant that they were not owned by any one individual, but by the collective civic entity of Rome. However, they were still managed by specific magistrates or public officials. These might include aediles, quaestors, or even the Senate itself. Each official had the authority to assign tasks, punish misbehavior, or reward diligence. The public slave, then, lived in a space both detached from the intimacy of private ownership and yet bound to the impersonal demands of the state. Their duties were as varied as the operations of the Roman Republic and later the Empire. One of the most common roles for public slaves was in infrastructure maintenance. They cleaned streets, repaired sewers, dug canals, and ensured that aqueducts flowed properly. The Cloaca Maxima, the massive sewer system beneath Rome, was maintained in part by teams of public slaves who descended into its damp, foul-smelling tunnels to remove debris and prevent blockages. These workers, while invisible to most citizens, were crucial to the health and sanitation of the capital. These baths, such as those of Caracalla and Trajan, were grand structures that served as social hubs for Romans of all classes. Beneath their elegant exteriors lay a vast logistical operation. Slaves tended the fires that heated the water, cleaned the pools, swept the floors, and managed towels and supplies. While the bathhouses symbolized Roman leisure and culture, they were also powered by the sweat and discipline of those who were not free to enjoy them. Another critical function of public slaves was clerical work. These individuals worked in government offices as scribes, archivists, and administrative assistants. The vast bureaucracy of Rome, especially during the imperial period, required legions of individuals who could read, write, and organize information. Laws were drafted and copied by hand, tax records maintained on scrolls, and official correspondence dispatched throughout the empire. Literate slaves served as the foundation for this informational empire. Their writing may have carried the words of consuls and emperors, but their names rarely appeared on the scrolls they inscribed. Temples dedicated to Jupiter, Mars, Minerva, and countless other gods employed enslaved workers to clean altars, prepare incense, light sacred fires, and tend to the needs of priests and priestesses. In the Temple of Vesta, the famed Vestal virgins were assisted by enslaved women who managed their garments, prepared ritual items, and ensured the smooth running of ceremonies. In other temples, male slaves might carry offerings, sing hymns, or serve during festivals. These religious roles, while prestigious in setting, were still defined by subjugation. Some were responsible for maintaining the Colosseum and other arenas, preparing the arena floor, managing animals, assisting in props and set construction, or cleaning after events. These tasks were arduous and often gruesome. Blood, sand, and refuse were regular features of the amphitheater, and the slaves tasked with managing them worked under intense pressure. Though not combatants themselves, their lives were deeply entangled with Rome's appetite for spectacle. Municipal governments used them to maintain roads, manage local records, and serve in magistrates' offices. Their status and duties varied depending on the wealth and size of the city, but their legal standing as servi publici remained consistent. Whether in Hispania or Syria, these slaves performed essential civic functions that connected the empire's farthest reaches to its core. Some were housed in public barracks or within the buildings they maintained. Others lived in modest apartments or within government compounds. Their treatment depended largely on the attitudes of the officials who oversaw them. A compassionate magistrate might allow rest days, reasonable rations, or modest stipends. A cruel one might impose long hours, brutal punishments, or deny basic needs. Because they belonged to the state, public slaves were sometimes better protected from arbitrary violence than private slaves, but not always. Roman law offered some theoretical oversight, but in practice, enforcement was erratic. One of the more curious aspects of public slavery was the presence of familiar publicae groups, or teams of public slaves, organized as working units. These collectives sometimes included skilled tradesmen, masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and engineers. They built bridges, temples, and government buildings, often working under the supervision of freeborn architects or engineers. Their skill and organization reveal a level of professionalism not often associated with slavery, and yet their labor was not compensated in wages but in subsistence and the hope, often distant, of manumission. Manumission by the state required official procedures, often involving a recommendation from a magistrate or a demonstration of exemplary service. Once freed, a public slave became a libertus publicus and might continue working in a similar role now as a free citizen. These freedmen often retained strong ties to the bureaucracy and sometimes rose to considerable influence. In some cases, they founded family lines that flourished in the cities they had once served as slaves. These texts, while rare, provide valuable insights into the dignity and pride that some found in their roles. A tomb might declare, "Here lies Marcus, once a public slave, scribe to the quaestor, loyal in all duties." Another might note Lucia, freedwoman of the treasury, who served the gods and the state with devotion. These fragments remind us that even within the brutal confines of slavery, individuals carved out lives that mattered to themselves, to others, and to history. In Rome, even the most institutional, official, and sacred aspects of society were entangled with enslavement. The city's streets, documents, temples, and games bore the fingerprints of people whose lives were owned by the state they helped build. They were not citizens, yet they built the roads citizens walked on. They did not vote, but they transcribed the laws. They could not sue or marry, but they recorded others' legal contracts and managed their estates. They were the grease in the Roman machine, the quiet presence that kept everything moving. Their names appear in ledgers, their work in the durability of Rome's public works. But their stories are faint because the society they served did not deem them worthy of remembrance. As we continue this journey, we will next examine a class of slaves who defied many of the assumptions we've gathered so far. These were not anonymous laborers or silent domestic servants. They were doctors, scholars, teachers, and artists. Enslaved individuals whose intellectual or artistic talents placed them in extraordinary, sometimes paradoxical roles. In the next chapter, we'll explore the education and abilities of slaves, and the strange contradiction of a society that both enslaved and revered its most brilliant minds. In the long shadow cast by the Roman Empire, it is easy to imagine slavery as a condition of brute labor, of aching backs beneath the sun, of chains clinking on stone, of voices reduced to silence. And indeed, for many, that was the grim reality. Yet among the ranks of the enslaved, scattered like pearls amid the grit, were men and women of extraordinary intellect, refinement, and skill. These were the artisans, scholars, tutors, and physicians of Roman society, enslaved individuals whose talents were cultivated, celebrated, and exploited by their masters. Their lives reveal a strange and often unsettling contradiction, that in a world where liberty was the highest good, Rome bound its most brilliant minds in chains. Nowhere was this paradox more visible than in the realm of education. The Romans deeply admired Greek culturates, philosophy, poetry, mathematics, and rhetoric. After Rome's conquest of Greece in the 2nd century BCE, a flood of enslaved Greeks entered the Italian peninsula. Many were captured soldiers and civilians. Others were intellectuals or political dissidents who found themselves enslaved through fate or treachery. Unlike the illiterate masses consigned to farms and mines, these Greeks brought with them centuries of accumulated learning. To the Roman elite, they were prizes not for their bodies, but for their minds. Greek slaves were often assigned as pedagogi, personal tutors for the sons of Roman aristocrats. The pedagogus accompanied his pupil throughout the day, overseeing not only formal lessons, but also behavior, posture, and moral development. In some cases, he was closer to the child than the father himself. These tutors taught grammar, rhetoric, literature, and sometimes philosophy. They might recite passages from Homer, correct Latin declensions, or guide their students through the intricacies of oration. In elite households, education was a mark of distinction, and it was often delivered at the hands of those who had no rights to their own knowledge. But the role of the pedagogus was just the beginning. Enslaved scholars also served as grammarians, philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists. Some were commissioned to teach groups of students, while others were kept in private libraries to maintain copy or annotate texts. In the great villas of the senatorial class, a wealthy Roman might boast of owning not only thousands of scrolls, but also the learned Greek slave who could explain them. These intellectual slaves occupied a peculiar social space, indispensable for their learning, yet legally no more than furniture. One of the most fascinating examples of this dynamic is found in the figure of Epictetus. Born a slave in Hierapolis, Phrygia, he was brought to Rome by his master, Epaphroditus, who served as a secretary to Emperor Nero. Epictetus was permitted to study philosophy and became a devoted student of Stoicism. Eventually, manumitted, he went on to found a school of philosophy and became one of the most respected moral thinkers of his time. His teachings, later recorded by his student Arrian, continue to influence readers today. Yet it is worth remembering that the wisdom of Epictetus was formed and first expressed while he was legally a possession. Other enslaved professionals found work in medicine. The Roman world lacked formal licensing for doctors, and many physicians were either Greek freemen or slaves. These Medici were trained through apprenticeship or previous education and performed surgeries, treated wounds, set bones, and prescribed remedies. Some were attached to wealthy households. Others served in military camps or city clinics. Their value was immense. A skilled doctor could extend the life of a master, care for his heirs, and preserve the health of his household. But despite their expertise, they remained vulnerable. If a treatment failed, the punishment could be severe, regardless of the circumstances. Literature, too, bore the imprint of the enslaved. Scribes copied scrolls by hand, a laborious task requiring exceptional concentration and accuracy. In the homes of the elite, a library slave might be responsible for cataloging texts, binding volumes, or reading aloud to the master. These librarii were essential to the functioning of Roman intellectual life. In an age before printing, the duplication and preservation of knowledge depended on them. A single error in transcription could alter the meaning of a law, a poem, or a prophecy. Their invisibility was, in many ways, the sign of their success. Some enslaved individuals were prized not for their intellectual talents, but for their wit and personality. Delicia, or pets, were slaves kept for amusement and companionship. These might include jesters, storytellers, or even musical performers trained to entertain guests during banquets. The lines between art, service, and subjugation were thin. A talented musician might be applauded at a feast, but if he angered the master or played poorly, punishment awaited. Roman poets occasionally mentioned such slaves, describing them as delightful, clever, or beautiful. Yet their charm was no defense against ownership. The use of skilled slaves extended to engineering and architecture. The massive building projects of romettes, bridges, baths, aqueducts, and amphitheaters were often designed by free engineers but executed by enslaved labor. Some of these slaves had technical training and served as foremen or project supervisors. Their ability to read blueprints, calculate weights, and manage teams made them invaluable. In rare cases, a skilled slave might earn the admiration of their master and receive manumission. But for most, their contribution remained anonymous, their ingenuity buried beneath layers of stone and mortar. Even commerce had its share of talented slaves. A master might entrust a slave with managing a shop, negotiating deals, or handling accounts. These argentary money-handling slaves operated in the bustling markets of Rome, often with considerable independence. Some were permitted to keep a portion of profits as peculium, a personal fund that could eventually be used to purchase their freedom. These financial managers were not only literate but numerate, skilled in keeping books and reading contracts. Their ability to navigate the complexities of Roman commerce was critical to their master's wealth and entirely unrecognized in the civic sphere. This exploitation of talent was not without its tensions. The Romans were acutely aware of the irony in owning men wiser than themselves. Philosophers debated whether it was right to own a fellow rational being. Some, like Seneca, argued for humane treatment and acknowledged the intellectual parity of certain slaves. Others sidestepped the question, insisting that legal status, not innate ability, determined one's role. The master, they reasoned, might be a fool, but he remained master all the same. In some ways, the talents of slaves blurred the boundaries between classes. An enslaved Greek philosopher might advise a senator on ethics. A doctor might save the life of a magistrate's child. A poet might pen verses that outlived his owner. These moments created what we might call micro-agencies, limited spaces where the enslaved person exercised influence, creativity, or subtle resistance. A tutor might shape the character of a future consul. A scribe might record history with a trace of irony. An artist might leave behind a hidden signature. These were the quiet rebellions of the mind. Of course, not all talented slaves were given the chance to develop. Many lived and died in obscurity, their gifts unrecognized or deliberately suppressed. A brilliant mind born into a rural estate might never learn to read. A naturally gifted musician might spend his life tending goats. Roman slavery was not a meritocracy, was a system designed to extract, not to nurture. Those who rose through talent did so despite their chains, not because of them. Yet their stories endure, if only in fragments. In tomb inscriptions, we find occasional tributes to educated slaves, to Philon, beloved grammarian, freed from chains but not from memory. In the ruins of villas, we see mosaics that might have been laid by anonymous geniuses. In the pages of Roman history, we glimpse the fleeting shadows of minds that outshone their masters. Their legacy forces us to reckon with an uncomfortable truth that Rome's cultural grandeur, its philosophy, medicine, literature, and art, was built not only on conquest, but on the talents of those it enslaved. It is a reminder that brilliance is not confined by class or status, and that oppression often silences voices that would otherwise sing. As we move forward, we will turn to a darker and more painful chapter, the realm of sexual exploitation. While some slaves were honored for their intellect or artistry, others were reduced to objects of desire, used, traded, and discarded. In the next chapter, we will explore the role of slavery in Roman sexuality, the laws, the customs, and the lives of those whose bodies were never their own. In the grand frescoes of Roman villas, amid the golden goblets and marble statues, one seldom sees the shadows. Roman art and literature often celebrated power, luxury, and refinement, but beneath those surfaces lay a brutal truth for many, especially the enslaved. Rome was a society of sanctioned violation. Among the most harrowing aspects of Roman slavery was the systematic sexual exploitation of enslaved people. This chapter explores not only what happened, but how it was justified, normalized, and perhaps most chillingly expected. The Roman master's authority over his slaves was virtually absolute. Legally, a slave was a thing, not a person, and thus could be used in whatever way the master chose. Roman law made no distinction between owning a body for labor and owning it for sexual use. There were no protections against abuse, no rights to consent, and no recourse for refusal. Enslaved people had no legal standing, which meant they could not be raped in the legal sense, because the crime of rape, stuprum, in Roman law, applied only to the violation of a freeborn citizen's body, particularly a woman, under the protection of a pater familias. The enslaved were considered available by default. Sexual access to slaves was not a dark secret, but a public reality. Wealthy households might include numerous enslaved men and women kept specifically for sexual purposes. These individuals were sometimes euphemistically referred to as delicia delights, or concubinea, term that denoted a kind of recognized, if legally inferior, sexual partner. The use of concubines was common and socially acceptable, particularly for unmarried men or those whose wives were past childbearing age. Unlike marriage, concubinage required no contract or ceremony, only the master's will. A slave concubine could be replaced, sold, or discarded at any time. In these domestic settings, female slaves were particularly vulnerable. The ancella, or maidservants, who attended to the lady of the house, also existed under the gaze and whims of her husband. In some households, young girls were raised from childhood to serve as future concubines. They were taught music, dancing, and conversation, not only for refinement, but for seduction. The line between servant and sex object was blurred to the point of invisibility. Their beauty was an asset, their virginity a commodity, and because they belonged to the master, their bodies were seen not as autonomous, but as his to use and display. Male slaves, too, were subject to sexual exploitation, though their experiences are less frequently discussed. Young boys were often used by elite men for sexual gratification, particularly in a culture where pederastic traditions from Greece had taken hold. Although Roman values emphasized the masculinity and dominance of the citizen male, they made room for same-sex relations, so long as the citizen retained the active role and the partner was of lower status. Thus, enslaved boys, particularly those under the age of puberty, were considered appropriate partners. These relationships were not romantic or consensual. They were exercises of power, masked by cultural norms. Brothels throughout the Roman Empire were often staffed entirely by enslaved people. Known as lupanaria, these establishments ranged from seedy taverns to luxurious bathhouses. Slaves were sold into sexual servitude by dealers or owners who saw their bodies as profitable commodities. These men and women were tattooed, branded, or made to wear identifying collars. They had no say in their clients, no protection from disease or violence, and no means of escape. Some were children. Prices were set by the owners and varied according to youth, appearance, and perceived exoticism. Sex slaves were also advertised in markets alongside domestic and agricultural slaves. Their tituli, the wooden placards that described an enslaved person's attributes, might include words like beautiful, virgin, or trained in pleasures. Buyers knew what to expect. It was not uncommon for a master to seek out slaves with specific sexual characteristics or talents, and the market provided accordingly. Dehumanization was part of the transaction, reducing a person to a list of erotic traits. This commodification of intimacy left scars that were psychological as well as physical. The widespread sexual availability of slaves created a household atmosphere of tension and cruelty, particularly among the free-born women. Roman wives had little control over their husbands' use of slave women, and many lived with the knowledge that their homes were shared with their husbands' sexual conquests. Some responded with jealousy, others with resignation, and still others with cruelty of their own, lashing out at the slaves in acts of vengeance or humiliation. Enslaved women were often caught in a cruel triangle, desired by the master, resented by the mistress, and protected by neither. Children born of such unions, whether between master and slave, or forced upon enslaved women by other slaves, or free men, were automatically enslaved themselves. According to Roman law, the status of the child followed that of the mother. This legal framework incentivized sexual exploitation by impregnating enslaved women. A master could increase his human property. The domestic consequences were complex. Some masters acknowledged these children, granting them manumission, or even raising them in the household. Others ignored or resented them. The enslaved mother had no legal claim over her child. She could be sold away, her child raised by another, or both kept under the master's control as breeder and brood. A few enslaved concubines gained prominence or affection in their master's eyes. These women sometimes received better clothing, separate quarters, or lighter duties. Some were eventually freed and lived as unofficial wives. Others bore children who were manumitted and entered Roman society as freedmen. But these stories, often romanticized in literature, obscure the grim reality that most enslaved concubines remained vulnerable and voiceless. The potential for upward mobility did not erase the exploitation that defined their daily lives. Sexual violence was not confined to the privacy of the home. Enslaved people might be subjected to public humiliations or paraded as symbols of status. At feasts, women might be ordered to dance naked or serve guests in suggestive clothing. Men might be forced into compromising or degrading roles for entertainment. The sexualized presentation of enslaved bodies was not only tolerated, it was part of Roman elite culture. It affirmed the master's control and signaled his wealth and authority. There were few avenues for resistance. An enslaved woman who tried to refuse a master's advances could be beaten, starved, or sold to a worse fate. Some slaves attempted suicide. Others endured quietly. Rare moments of rebellions, such as poisoning a cruel master, were met with collective punishment. Roman law allowed for all slaves in a household to be executed if one was found guilty of killing a master. This policy created an atmosphere of mutual surveillance and fear, designed to extinguish dissent before it could take root. Despite the systemic nature of sexual exploitation, the topic was rarely addressed directly in Roman law or public discourse. It was so normalized that it scarcely required mention. A master's sexual use of a slave was considered a private matter, akin to choosing what wine to drink or what sandals to wear. Philosophers occasionally acknowledged the humanity of slaves and advised moderation, but few called the system into question. The slave's body was simply part of the master's household inventory. Literature from the period often reflects this disturbing norm. Roman poets, including Martial, Juvenal, and Catullus, made jokes or references to slaves as sexual objects. Satire and elegy depicted liaisons between masters and their slaves, sometimes playfully, sometimes cruelly. These depictions, though literary, offer insights into how deeply the expectation of sexual access was embedded in Roman culture. Enslaved people were not just laborers, they were living repositories of desire, fear, and control. And yet, there were glimmers of resistance, humanity, and complexity. Enslaved people formed bonds, even under oppression. They loved, wept, and sometimes raised families. An enslaved concubine might become a mother and protector, fiercely guarding her children, even within the limits of her bondage. An enslaved man forced into sexual performance might cling to a quiet pride in his dignity or his intellect. These small assertions of personhood, though invisible to most Romans, were acts of survival. In rare moments, a freed concubine or favored lover might leave behind traces of her story. Inscriptions describe freed women who once served as domestic companions or nurses. One reads, "To Flora, freedwoman and friend, beloved of our family." Another, more ambiguous, simply says, "She was always there." These glimpses into enslaved lives hint at relationships that defy easy categorization, marked by coercion, but also affection, dependency, and perhaps a kind of tragic intimacy. Rome's sexual exploitation of slaves was not a flaw in the system, it was the system. It was a core feature of how power operated, how bodies were controlled, and how value was assigned. The empire's erotic economy stretched from the chambers of senators to the beds of brothels. From the marble halls of patricians to the cramped quarters of the enslaved, it was built on the premise that some bodies were not their own. As we continue, we will step into another form of exploitation, one cloaked in glamour and spectacle. In the next chapter, we'll enter the world of the gladiator, enslaved men trained to fight and die for the entertainment of Rome. These were slaves of violence, of fame, and of tragedy, whose lives burned brightly and ended abruptly on the sand of the arena. Among the many icons of ancient Rome, its legions, its aqueducts, its marble columns, none looms larger in the imagination than the gladiator. Armored, muscled, and resolute, the gladiator strides through myth and cinema as a symbol of courage, defiance, and tragic glory. Yet beneath the myth lies a far more complex and far more harrowing truth. Gladiators were not free warriors fighting for honor. They were, overwhelmingly, slaves, trained, commodified, brutalized, and ultimately sacrificed for public entertainment. Their stories form one of the most compelling and disturbing chapters in the long and brutal history of Roman slavery. The institution of gladiatorial combat was born not in the imperial capital, but in the provinces of southern Italy. The earliest recorded gladiator games were funerary rites held by the Etruscans to honor the dead. These somber contests between enslaved combatants were believed to provide the deceased with a worthy send-off, blood as a form of homage. Rome adopted the practice in the 3rd century BCE, and it quickly evolved from a ritual into a spectacle. By the time of the late Republic, gladiatorial games had become mass entertainment, public theater of violence, pride, and state-sponsored domination. At the center of this world were the ludi gladiatori gladiator schools, or training barracks. These institutions were scattered across the empire, but the most renowned were in Capua, Pompeii, and, later, Rome itself. Run by a lanista, often a freedman or entrepreneur, the ludus was both a training ground and a prison. New recruits arrived in chains, prisoners of war, criminals sentenced to death, or slaves purchased for the purpose. They were assessed, catalogued, and trained with the same rigor one might apply to racehorses or fighting dogs. The training regimen was grueling. Gladiators were taught by doctors instructors skilled in various styles of combat. These styles were codified into types, each with distinctive armor and weaponry. The murmillo fought with a large rectangular shield and a gladius, wearing a heavy helmet with a fish-shaped crest. The retiarius wielded a net and trident, moving with agility and relying on speed. The secutor, the threx, the hoplomachus had their own strengths, weaknesses, and theatrical appeal. The training was physically intense, but also psychological, instilling discipline, courage, and a performative flair essential for the arena. Within the walls of the ludus, life was tightly controlled. Gladiators lived in communal quarters, ate carefully calibrated diets rich in carbohydrates, and received medical attention from trained professionals. Their owners had a vested interest in their survival, at least, until they entered the arena. Bonds often formed among these men, forged by shared hardship. Some viewed their fellow gladiators as comrades, others as future opponents. Occasionally, friendships developed between trainer and trainee, especially when a skilled slave showed promise. But the structure of the ludus always reminded them of their status. They were instruments of violence, honed for a single purpose. The day of a gladiator game, Munius, was a grand civic event. The amphitheater, most famously the Colosseum in Rome, would be filled with tens of thousands of spectators. The audience included everyone from beggars to emperors, Games began with processions, music, and sometimes animal hunts or executions of criminals. The main event, the gladiatorial combat, followed in the afternoon. Gladiators entered the arena to cheers, jeers, and shouts of encouragement or derision. Their reputations preceded them. Some were veterans with fan followings, others debutantes facing their first bout. Combat was stylized and theatrical. While not all matches ended in death, many did. The crowd craved blood, and the emperor or presiding official had the power to decide a defeated gladiator's fate. If a man fought bravely but was clearly overpowered, the editor might grant missioa reprievafon, signaled by a gesture of the thumb. If not, the vanquished was expected to kneel and receive the killing blow with stoic dignity. This ritualized death was considered part of the gladiator's duty, and a poorly performed demise could earn scorn rather than sympathy. Despite their enslavement, successful gladiators could achieve fame and even a kind of celebrity. Their likenesses appeared on lamps, graffiti, and frescoes. Wealthy women sent them love letters. Aristocrats wagered vast sums on their matches. Some gladiators received nicknames, fans, and merchandise. A rare few were awarded wooden swords, rudely symbolizing their freedom after years of combat. These men sometimes chose to continue fighting, lured by glory or financial gain. Yet for every famous name etched into the walls of Pompeii, there were hundreds who died anonymously, buried in shallow graves outside the city walls. Gladiators occupied a strange social space. They were slaves, yet envied, dishonored, yet admired. Their training gave them power, but not autonomy. Some free men even volunteered to become gladiators, sockderated driven by debt, desperation, or a thirst for glory. These men signed contracts of bondage, agreeing to serve under the same conditions as slaves. While they retained some legal protections, their lives were otherwise indistinguishable from those of their enslaved peers. Their presence blurred the already fragile line between coercion and choice. Female gladiators, gladiatresses also existed, though they were far rarer. Historical accounts and artistic depictions confirm their presence in the arena, often as novelties or part of themed spectacles. These women, like their male counterparts, were usually slaves or criminals. Their matches were not taken as seriously by the public, but they drew curiosity and, sometimes, scandal. The philosopher Epictetus remarked on them as symbols of moral decay, and Emperor Septimius Severus eventually banned their participation. Yet, for a time, they too were conscripted into Rome's machinery of spectacle. The psychological toll of life as a gladiator was immense. While some embraced the role-finding pride in skill, camaraderie, or defiance, many lived in constant fear. Death could come from a single mistake. Betrayal, exhaustion, injury, or the whim of the crowd could end a life honed through years of pain. The presence of death was not abstracted, was literal, immediate, and witnessed daily. To survive, gladiators cultivated not only strength, but also a fatalistic resilience. Their motto, often cited in Roman sources, was Ave Imperator Moratori Te Salutant. Hail, Emperor, those who are about to die salute you. It was a greeting, a challenge, and a resignation. Slave gladiators who attempted escape faced dire consequences. Recaptured fugitives were beaten, branded, or forced to fight in particularly brutal spectacles. Some were executed by wild animals, others burned or crucified as examples. Yet, escape was attempted nonetheless. Despite the horror of their lives, many gladiators left behind traces of their humanity. Epitaphs carved by grieving friends, graffiti praising a fighter's prowess, small tokens buried with their bodies' amulets, tools, even love letters. In these fragments, we find stories not of nameless brutes, but of individuals who lived, loved, hoped, and died. The existence of the gladiator raises deep questions about the Roman psyche. Why did a society that prized law, virtue, and discipline create a culture of blood sport? Why did citizens who read Cicero and Seneca cheer as men slaughtered one another? The answer lies in Rome's complex relationship with power and death. The arena was a stage where Rome acted out its own mythology of conquest, of control, of destiny. The enslaved gladiator, stripped of rights but imbued with artificial dignity, embodied the paradox of Roman civilization: brutal, cultured, rational, and savage. For the enslaved, the arena was both cage and crucible. It was a place of suffering, but also of transformation. Some found meaning in the discipline of combat. Others dreamed only of surviving to see the sky another day. Their bodies were owned, but their stories, when they could be told, were their own. As we move beyond the arena, our journey returns to quieter but equally significant realms. In the next chapter, we will explore the presence of slaves in Roman religion and ritual, how they served the gods of Rome, how religion shaped their experiences, and how they found moments of spiritual meaning even within a system that denied their freedom. In the pantheon of ancient Rome, gods ruled every aspect of life, war and peace, birth and death, harvest and storm. Its presence felt in household altars, civic festivals, and imperial ceremonies. Yet, for all its grandeur and ritual, Roman religion was not separate from society's structures of inequality. Slaves, like everyone else, were part of Rome's religious life, but their roles, rites, and rituals were shaped and often constrained by their bondage. They cleaned the altars, poured the libations, carried the sacred tools, yet their own access to the divine was limited, mediated by their status as property. To understand the role of slaves in Roman religion, one must first understand the Roman concept of pietas, a deeply rooted sense of duty to gods, family, and country. This gave religious observance a weighty seriousness, and slaves, as members of the household even, if not considered fully human under the law, were expected to participate in ensuring its success. In the private sphere, slaves played vital roles in domestic religious practice. Each morning, the household gathered to offer prayers and sacrifices at the lararium. Slaves lit incense, poured libations of wine, and ensured that the space remained clean and orderly. The head of the household led the prayers, but the physical labor of piety, the maintenance of Rome's cosmic favor, was often borne by the enslaved. The relationship between slaves and household gods was complex. While Roman law did not recognize slaves as legal persons, religion often acknowledged them as spiritual beings. Some scholars argue that domestic slaves were considered under the protection of the lares, especially those born within the household, known as verni. This could provide a sense of spiritual belonging, even if their social position remained unchanged. Inscriptions and household altars occasionally bear the names of favored slaves, suggesting that some masters extended religious inclusion to their human property, not out of egalitarianism, but as part of a broader theology of household unity. Festivals, both public and private, brought additional dimensions to slaves' religious roles. During major civic festivals, such as the Lupercalia, Saturnalia, and Compitalia, slaves were both participants and facilitators. They decorated streets, prepared offerings, and managed the logistics of feasting and celebration. Of these festivals, Saturnalia stands out as the most symbolically significant. Masters served meals to their slaves, gambling was permitted, and everyone wore informal clothing. Slaves were allowed to speak freely, joke about their owners, and even wear the pileus, a felt cap symbolizing freedom. But Saturnalia was not a revolution, it was a release valve. This brief suspension of hierarchy served to reaffirm, rather than subvert, the established order. Once the holiday ended, so too did the illusion of equality. Still, for some enslaved individuals, Saturnalia offered a fleeting taste of recognition, a chance to laugh, feast, and remember what dignity might feel like. Slaves were also deeply involved in state religion. Temples across Rome and its provinces employed enslaved workers to perform essential functions: cleaning, lighting sacred fires, dressing statues, and preparing ritual implements. In the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the most important temple in Rome, teams of slaves labored to maintain the sanctity of the space. These slaves were often owned by the state or the temple itself. Their proximity to the sacred did not confer status, but it did immerse them in the rhythms of Roman piety. They witnessed sacrifices, heard prayers, and watched as magistrates and priests communed with the gods. A particularly revealing case is that of the Compitalia, a neighborhood festival dedicated to the Lares Compitals, guardian spirits of street corners and local communities. During this festival, small shrines were erected at crossroads. They formed associations known as Collegia Compitalicia and acted as priests or caretakers of the shrines. These roles offered a rare degree of communal authority and social participation, albeit within strict limits. It was one of the few occasions where enslaved individuals could be seen as religious leaders, if only for a day. Religion also played a central role in the manumission of slaves. The ritual of freeing a slave manumisio often took place before a statue of a god or within a temple. The most formal version, manumisio vindicta, involved a symbolic staff and the presence of a magistrate. However, religion was also used to reinforce slavery. Enslaved individuals might be punished in religious contexts, forced to participate in rituals that commemorated their subjugation, or used as sacrifices in the most extreme cases. While human sacrifice was rare in historical Rome, earlier periods included such rites, and myths abounded of enemies offered to the gods. The logic of sacrificial substitutions, that the life of one could redeem or purify the many, cast a long shadow over how Romans viewed the expendability of enslaved bodies. Even in death, a slave might be buried without rites or cremated hastily, denied the rituals accorded to citizens. Yet within this religious framework of inequality, some enslaved individuals found personal expressions of spirituality. Many slaves brought their own gods with them, deities from Africa, Gaul, Thrace, Syria, and beyond. Her rituals emphasized rebirth, protection, and maternal care, concepts that resonated deeply with those who lived lives of uncertainty and loss. Mystery cults, such as those of Mithras, these religions emphasized initiation, secrecy, and personal salvation. Participation offered a sense of belonging, a narrative of transformation, and, in some cases, a promise of life beyond death. In a world where the enslaved were denied public honor and legal rights, these cults provided an alternate spiritual citizenship. to be initiated into the mysteries of Mithras, to drink the sacred wine of Dionysus, was to claim a part of the divine that no master could control. Some masters encouraged religious observance among their slaves, hoping it would promote discipline, loyalty, or moral behavior. Others viewed it with suspicion, particularly when it involved foreign rites or secret gatherings. Roman authorities periodically cracked down on unauthorized religious assemblies, fearing that they could be fronts for rebellion or sedition. The Bacchanalian conspiracy of 186 BCE is a famous example, where the Roman Senate suppressed the Dionysian cult amid fears of political unrest. Enslaved worshippers were among those interrogated, tortured, and executed, underscoring the risks involved in religious expression. For enslaved women, religion could be both a solace and a source of exploitation. In some cases, women served as temple attendants or priestesses in minor cults, especially in provincial settings. These roles might involve ritual cleaning, preparation of offerings, or participation in fertility rites. Roman attitudes toward female purity, reproduction, and devotion were often contradictory, and enslaved women bore the brunt of that tension. Their bodies were seen as vessels for both piety and pleasure, their spirituality often filtered through the lens of male desire. Burial practices provide further insight into the religious lives of slaves. While many enslaved people were buried anonymously, others received modest graves, sometimes paid for by their fellow slaves or former masters. Tombstones and epitaphs occasionally include prayers to the gods or references to religious service. Even in death, the enslaved sought connection to the divine. The hope for an afterlife, better world, beyond the toil and torment of the present was a powerful source of resilience. Whether imagined as the Elysian fields, union with Isis, or rebirth through Mithras, the idea that slavery could end, truly and eternally, was a comfort no master could steal. In the great temples of Rome, incense drifted skyward. Prayers echoed in vaulted halls, and rituals unfolded with solemn precision. Slaves were there for every moment, kneeling, preparing, cleaning, serving. They poured the libations that fed the gods, lit the fires that warmed the altars, and bore the burdens that made worship possible. Religion in Rome was not an equalizer, it was a mirror. It reflected the hierarchies of the society that created it, sanctifying its structures and legitimizing its inequalities. But for those in bondage, it also offered a language of hope, a means of survival, and a glimpse, however faint, freedom beyond the flesh. In the next chapter, we will shift from the sacred to the legal, examining how Roman law codified, regulated, and reinforced the institution of slavery. From contracts and punishments to rights and manumission, the law was both a cage and a key, rationalized it, and, in many ways, sanctified it. The law was the empire's greatest invention and its most flexible tool. From the moment a person entered slavery, whether by birth, capture, or transaction, to their death or manumission, Roman legal principles followed them, shaped their reality, and left virtually no aspect of their lives untouched. To begin, it is important to understand how Roman law classified slaves. In legal terms, a slave was not a person but a thing. This was not a rhetorical flourish, but a foundational principle of Roman jurisprudence. As race, slaves could be owned, sold, inherited, mortgaged, or even sacrificed. They were grouped legally with property, not people, a category that included livestock, tools, and buildings. This dehumanization enabled the law to treat slaves with a level of abstraction that masked their pain and erased their personhood. In the eyes of the law, a slave could not suffer an injustice because they had no standing to experience it. This legal invisibility had profound consequences. Slaves could not marry in a way recognized by the state. Their unions, called contubernia, were informal and had no legal protections. If a master chose to separate partners or sell one away, the law offered no recourse. Similarly, a slave had no legal rights to their own children. Offspring were automatically the property of the master and could be sold, gifted, or discarded at his discretion. This principle, known as partus sequitur ventrum, held that the status of the child followed that of the mother. It institutionalized generational slavery, creating an ever-renewing supply of labor and deepening the emotional cruelty of bondage. Roman law also provided the mechanisms by which people became slaves. The most common legal routes were captivity in war. Enemies defeated in battle, especially non-Romans, could be enslaved. Birth to a slave mother. Children born of enslaved women were automatically slaves. Sale by family or self. Though less common, individuals could be sold into slavery due to debt or hardship. Punishment. Certain crimes could result in enslavement, particularly under imperial rule. Once enslaved, a person's life was governed by an array of laws and customs. Masters had dominium, absolute ownership over their slaves. This included the power to punish, torture, or kill without legal consequence in many cases. Over time, some emperors attempted to curb the most egregious abuses. For instance, Emperor Hadrian prohibited the killing of slaves without cause, and Antoninus Pius ruled that killing a slave like an animal was a crime. But enforcement was inconsistent, and these laws were more often statements of imperial philosophy than protections with teeth. Most abuses went unpunished, especially when committed by powerful citizens. Contracts involving slaves were a legal genre unto themselves. A master could delegate limited agency to a slave for business purposes. In these cases, the slave operated under a concept called peculuma fund, or property granted by the master, which the slave could manage but not legally own. Through peculuma, slaves could run shops, manage accounts, or conduct transactions on behalf of their owner. Profits belonged to the master, but some allowed slaves to retain a portion. This system blurred the lines between autonomy and control. A slave might dress like a businessman, negotiate deals, and manage staff, yet remain, in every legal sense, a possession. This ability to accumulate peculium opened a legal doorway to freedom, manumission. Roman law allowed masters to free their slaves through several methods, each with its own ritual and legal implications. The most formal was manumissio vindicta, in which a magistrate, the master, and a witness participated in a ceremonial freeing. The slave would be struck with a symbolic rod and declared free. Other methods included manumissio testamento, freeing a slave through a will; manumissio inter omicos, informal, freeing among friends; manumissio per epistulum, freeing by written letter. Once freed, the former slave became a libertus, freedman, or liberta, freedwoman. They acquired limited citizenship and legal rights, including the ability to marry, own property, and engage in business. However, manumission came with strings attached. Freed slaves owed duties to their former masters, now their patrons, patronus. These included respect, obsequium, services, opere, and sometimes financial payments. If a freed person failed in these duties, they could be punished or even returned to slavery under certain circumstances. Roman law also regulated the rights of owners regarding the discipline and control of their slaves. While the law generally allowed masters to punish at will, it did recognize extremes of cruelty in principle. Legal texts, including the Digest of Justinian, included commentary from jurists who debated when punishment became excessive. The threshold, however, was high. Branding, flogging, shackling, and starvation were tolerated. Execution without cause was discouraged, but rarely prosecuted. A slave's legal protection depended more on the character of the master than on the law's enforcement. Slaves could not testify in court on their own behalf. However, they could be forced to testify against others, but only under torture. This legal principle, known as quistio, held that a slave's word was unreliable unless extracted through pain. The result was a system in which enslaved people were silenced about their own suffering but compelled to speak against others through coercion. In trials involving crimes within a household, the testimony of slaves under torture was standard, regardless of the potential for error or fabrication. There were some exceptional cases in which the law offered marginal improvements. Laws passed during the empire occasionally penalized runaway slave networks, regulated the treatment of slaves in wills, and restricted the use of ergostalopravit slave prisons used on large estates. A few jurists, such as Ulpian and Gaius, pondered whether slaves had natural rights, or whether all men, by nature, were free. These philosophical musings, while notable, did not alter the basic legal status of slaves. They were thought experiments, not binding doctrines. This illustrates how legal recognition was often tied to economic loss rather than ethical breach. The humanity of the slave was acknowledged only insofar as it intersected with the interests of the free. The legal treatment of slaves also extended to inheritance. Slaves could be included in wills, gifted between heirs, or freed posthumously. A testator might write, "To my faithful servant Tyro, I leave his liberty and a sum of 5,000 sesterces." However, wills could also treat slaves as any other asset, dividing them between children, selling them to cover debts, or allocating them based on skills. In large families, slave inheritance was a matter of financial strategy, not sentiment, which limited the number of slaves that could be freed in a will and imposed age requirements for manumission. These laws reflect a tension within Roman society, the desire to reward loyal slaves with freedom, balanced against fears of diluting the citizen body. Freedmen, after all, could become wealthy, politically active, and culturally influential, which some elites saw as a threat. And inscriptions speak of deep affection between slaves and their owners. While these moments do not erase the cruelty of the legal system, they complicate it. They show that within the framework of domination, there were pockets of negotiation, compassion, and ambiguity. Law, while powerful, could not fully contain the messiness of human life. It created categories, procedures, punishments, and incentives that kept the system running smoothly. It allowed Rome to expand without questioning the morality of conquest. It enabled commerce to thrive on the backs of the unfree. It reassured the elite that their authority was not only practical but legal, and therefore justified. But the law also left behind records volumes of statutes, commentaries, and case studies that now testify to the scale and detail of Rome's commitment to enslavement. These texts, once tools of subjugation, are now mirrors held up to the past. They show us how power justifies itself, how injustice cloaks itself in procedure, and how a civilization famed for its legal genius could wield that genius to cage the human spirit. In the next chapter, we will explore a more hopeful path within this grim landscape, the process of manumission and the world of the freedmen. For some slaves, the law that once bound them also offered a key. Freedom was not guaranteed, but it was possible. And for those who achieved it, a new life began, somewhere between liberty and memory. In a society where most slaves were destined to live and die as property, manumission offered an alternative ending, a chance to emerge from the shadow of bondage and step, however precariously, into the world of freedom. But this transition was never simple. Freedom in ancient Rome was not a single moment of release, but a complex legal, social, and emotional transformation. It marked the beginning of a new identity, that of the libertus or libertith, freedman or freedwoman, forever shaped by the memory of enslavement and the obligations it left behind. The act of manumission could take many forms, and Roman law codified several methods by which a slave could be freed. The most formal and prestigious method was manumissio vindicta, a ceremony that took place in the presence of a magistrate. In this process, a third party, often an advocate, touched the slave with a rod called a vindicta and declared them free. The master would agree, and the magistrate would affirm the act, conferring legal status as a Roman citizen. This theatrical ritual was laden with symbolism. The rod mimicked the gestures used in property disputes, transforming the slave from object to person through a formal declaration witnessed by the state. A master could stipulate in his last will and testament that a slave be freed upon his death. In some cases, this was done as a gesture of affection, in others as a reward for loyalty or service. Yet it was not always honored, particularly if heirs contested the will or required the slave's labor to manage the estate. Less formal types of manumission also existed. Manumissio inter amicos allowed a master to declare a slave free before witnesses, without legal ceremony. Manumissio per epistemium enabled freedom through a letter. These informal acts often granted a limited form of freedom, known as latinatessa, legal status, that carried some rights of citizenship, but not all. Imperial reforms later regulated these forms of manumission more strictly, as Augustus and his successors sought to control the growing population of freedmen and ensure that the process did not erode the prestige of full Roman citizenship. Regardless of the method, manumission was rarely unconditional. Freed slaves did not simply walk away from their masters and begin anew. Roman custom and law imposed a continuing relationship between former master and former slave, now redefined as patronus and libertus. This bond was both social and legal. The freedman owed his patron obsequiama, deferential respect akin to that of a child to a parent. This might include visits on formal occasions, attendance at funerals, or expressions of loyalty in political or social matters. In addition to obsequium, the freedman often had to provide opera, certain number of days of labor or service each year. For example, a freed cook might be required to prepare meals for his former master's banquets, or a freed seamstress might mend garments upon request. These services were specified at the time of manumission and varied widely depending on the skills of the freed person and the needs of the patron. Failure to fulfill these obligations could result in legal action or, in extreme cases, re-enslavement. Despite these continued obligations, manumission represented a profound transformation in status. The freedman became a legal person capable of marrying, owning property, engaging in commerce, and initiating lawsuits. He could wear the pileus, a felt cap symbolizing liberty, and was addressed as libertus or liberta, a designation that, while marking his past, also affirmed his new place in society. Freedmen were enrolled in a Roman tribe, given a praenomen and nomen, and could participate in civic life, though with limitations. They could not hold major public office or join the senatorial class, but they could vote, pay taxes, and serve in local councils or guilds. Economically, many freedmen thrived. Those who had been skilled artisans, accountants, merchants, or administrators often parlayed their talents into successful careers. A freedman might open a bakery, manage a shipping business, or serve as a government contractor. In the imperial period, some became exceedingly wealthy, rivaling the old aristocracy in opulence, if not in pedigree. The Corpus Inscriptionum, Latin aroma, vast collection of Roman inscriptions, contains numerous tombs and dedications from prosperous freedmen, many of whom proudly displayed their achievements and family connections. One of the most famous examples of freedmen's success is that of Marcus Virgilius Eurysaces, a former slave who became a prominent baker in Rome. His monumental tomb, built along the Via La Bacana in the 1st century BCE, is decorated with carvings of bread-making and baking tools, an unapologetic celebration of his trade. The inscription reads, "This is the tomb of Marcus Virgilius Eurysaces, baker, contractor, and public servant." It stands as both a personal monument and a testament to the possibilities of life after slavery. Socially, however, freedmen occupied an ambiguous space. They were no longer slaves, but neither were they full peers of the freeborn elite. The ingenuous born free often looked down on liberty, considering them parvenus or tainted by servile origins. Literary sources frequently mock freedmen for their ostentation, poor Latin, or lack of refinement. In Petronius's Satyricon, the character of Trimalchio, a vulgar and wealthy freedman, serves as a satirical figure whose lavish banquets and gauche manners parody the pretensions of the nouveau rich. Yet, for all the prejudice they faced, freedmen carved out their own communities and identities. They formed associations known as collegia, based on trade, neighborhood, or religious affiliation. These associations offered support, networking, and collective burial arrangements. Within these spaces, liberties celebrated their achievements, honored their patrons, and established legacies for their descendants. Many used their newfound freedom to invest in their children's futures, ensuring that the next generation could rise higher than their own. Legally, the children of freedmen genui by birth were full Roman citizens with no stigma attached. This generational shift was a powerful motivator for manumission. A former slave might endure humiliation and hardship in order to secure a better life for his sons and daughters. The Roman system, for all its brutality, allowed for this upward mobility, and many families of senatorial or equestrian rank could trace their roots back to a freed ancestor. Female freedwomen faced additional complexities. While they too could own property, marry, and participate in business, they were often doubly stigmatized, first for their slave past and second for their gender. Many had served as concubines or domestic servants, and their reputation was shaped by their perceived sexual history. Still, some achieved notable success, particularly in trade or religious service. Inscriptions mention freedwomen who were priestesses, midwives, shopkeepers, and benefactors. They too commemorated their status in stone, leaving behind records of lives lived with dignity and ambition. The emperor himself became a key figure in the lives of freedmen during the imperial period. Emperors freed large numbers of their household slaves, who then became members of the imperial bureaucracy. These Liberty Ciceres freedmen of the emperor held positions of immense power, often managing finances, correspondence, or logistics for the imperial household. Figures like Pallas, Narcissus, and Callistus, all imperial freedmen, wielded influence that rivaled senators. Their prominence sparked resentment among the aristocracy, who saw their privileges diluted by men of servile origin. Yet the emperors valued their loyalty and efficiency, preferring trusted freedmen over ambitious nobles. The psychological journey from slave to freedman was as complex as the legal one. Freedom brought joy, relief, and opportunity, but also anxiety, obligation, and identity conflict. A freedman had to redefine himself in a society that remembered his chains. He might be welcomed by neighbors or shunned by elites, cherished by his children or haunted by his past. The scars of enslavement did not vanish with manumission. They lingered in gestures, language, and memory. Yet, even with these burdens, freedom was transformative. It gave the former slave the right to speak in court, to marry for love or alliance, to pass on property, to write his name on a tombstone, and to be remembered as something more than property. It was, in essence, the restoration of humanity in the eyes of the law, and the beginning of a life defined not solely by subjugation, but by aspiration. In the final analysis, manumission was not simply a legal transaction. It was a cultural ritual, a personal milestone, and a social recalibration. It offered a glimmer of hope in a world of darkness, a proof, however limited, that the bonds of slavery could be broken, and that, from the wreckage of domination, something like dignity could still emerge. In the next chapter, we will explore what happened after that threshold was crossed. Freedmen who had escaped slavery now faced a new challenge: life in Roman society. What roles could they play? What limits did they encounter? And how did they navigate a world that both accepted and distrusted them? Join us as we step into the world of the Roman Libertus, a life lived between the memory of bondage and the pursuit of belonging. The moment of manumission, however ceremonious or humble, was only the beginning. For those who emerged from slavery into the precarious status of libertus or liberta, the new life that awaited was not one of simple emancipation, but of transformation. Freedmen and freedwomen stepped into a world that offered opportunities and obstacles in equal measure. They were no longer slaves, but they were not entirely free in the way Rome's elite might define it. They existed in a liminal space, legal citizens but socially suspect, potential allies but perpetual reminders of Rome's dependence on the labor of the unfree. To understand the place of freedmen in Roman society, one must first grasp the nature of their citizenship. Upon formal manumission, a slave became a Roman citizen, albeit with some restrictions. Freedmen were barred from holding the highest public offices, such as seats in the Senate or certain magistracies, but they could vote, marry, own property, make wills, and operate businesses. They were subject to Roman law and protected by it in ways slaves were not. Importantly, their children, born free, would inherit full citizen status without restriction. In this sense, the Roman system enabled social mobility across generations, even if the scars of slavery lingered. Economically, many freedmen flourished. because the slaves most likely to be manumitted were those with specialized skills or trusted positions: accountants, stewards, secretaries, craftspeople. They often had the tools to thrive in the commercial world. Freedmen opened shops, ran import-export businesses, managed taverns and bakeries, and operated as bankers, tailors, or perfumers. Some amassed considerable wealth, even outpacing members of the old aristocracy in material terms. Inscriptions from cities like Pompeii, Ostia, and Rome tell of freedmen who became prominent figures in their neighborhoods, donating to temples, funding public works, and joining trade guilds known as collegia. The tombs of these men and women were often elaborate and proud. Unlike the aristocratic mausoleums that celebrated lineage and military achievement, freedmen tombs emphasized labor, gratitude, and personal accomplishment. One famous example is the tomb of Marcus Virgilius Eurysaces, a wealthy baker whose monument on the outskirts of Rome boldly displays his profession with sculptural depictions of bread-making. The inscription reads, "This is the tomb of Marcus Virgilius Eurysaces, baker, contractor, and public servant." It is a declaration of identity, unashamed and assertive, a monument not just to a man, but to a class. Socially, however, freedmen occupied an ambiguous position. Their legal citizenship did not erase their former servile status. For the Roman elite, obsessed with mos maiorum, the customs of the ancestors' bloodlines and birth carried immense weight. The aristocracy viewed freedmen with suspicion or outright contempt, especially those who acquired wealth. Roman literature is rife with caricatures of freedmen, vulgar, ostentatious, boastful, and tasteless. Petronius's Satyricon, a satirical novel from the 1st century CE, presents one of the most vivid portraits in the character of Trimalchio, former slave who throws garish banquets and peppers his speech with malapropisms. Though comical, the character embodies elite anxiety about upstarts challenging the social order. Despite such prejudice, freedmen were not relegated to the margins. In fact, they became integral to the daily functioning of urban life. They played key roles in commerce, religion, entertainment, and administration. Freedmen often maintained close ties to their former masters, now their patrons. This patron-client relationship was deeply embedded in Roman culture. It entailed obligations of loyalty, service, and public support. A freedman might vote according to his patron's wishes, appear at his salutatio, or offer financial contributions to his political campaigns. In return, the patron offered protection, influence, and continued guidance. This system was mutually reinforcing. For the patron, a loyal freedman was a useful ally. For the freedman, a powerful patron offered access to social networks, legal help, and commercial opportunities. In time, some freedmen established their own circles of clients, mimicking the behavior of the aristocracy. They sponsored banquets, paid for public games, and made donations to the local temples. Though they could not hold high office themselves, they supported candidates and participated in civic life, gradually embedding themselves in the fabric of Roman urban culture. Women who had been freed, known as libertae, navigated a slightly different social path. While they shared many of the legal rights of freedmen, including the ability to marry, own property, and conduct business, they often faced additional social scrutiny. Many had served as concubines or domestic servants, and were thus subject to moral judgment, even after manumission. A freedwoman who married her former master, now her patron, entered into a legally recognized marriage, but one marked by an imbalance of power and memory. Nonetheless, some freedwomen thrived. They operated shops, ran bathhouses, managed family businesses, or served in priestly roles, especially in Eastern cults, such as those of Isis or Magna Mater. Inscriptions describe libertae who donated to temples, raised successful children, or were honored by their communities. One such inscription reads, "To Lucilia Helena, freedwoman, a faithful wife and generous citizen." These women, often erased from grand political histories, were central to the economic and cultural vitality of Roman cities. The children of freedmen, known as ingenui, often experienced smoother integration into society. They could pursue public office, serve in the military, and marry into other citizen families without the stigma of servile origin. Ambitious fathers often invested heavily in their children's education, hiring tutors to teach rhetoric, law, and philosophy. These children were Rome's great social climbers, moving from the world of trade to the world of politics. A man whose grandfather had been a slave could, within a few generations, see his descendants seated in the Senate. Religion offered another avenue for freedmen's integration. Freedmen served as priests in various cults, especially those not controlled by the aristocracy. In the imperial cult, the worship of the emperor and his family freedmen were often prominent. In cities across the empire, freedmen acted as Augustals, priests of the cult of Augustus. These roles were partly religious, partly civic, and carried prestige within the local community. While some aristocrats scorned the Augustals as mock officials, for the freedmen themselves, the position was an affirmation of their worth, a chance to wear the white toga and sit on a public dais. Freedmen also featured prominently in the imperial household. Emperors, wary of the senatorial class's ambitions, often relied on their own freedmen to manage finances, correspondence, and household affairs. These imperial freedmen, known as liberti Caesaris, wielded extraordinary power. They could command legions, oversee tax collection, or negotiate with foreign rulers. Their authority derived entirely from the emperor, and their loyalty was prized above noble birth. The careers of imperial freedmen, like Narcissus, Pallas, and Callistus, are well documented. These men rose from bondage to positions of influence that rivaled those of consuls. Their ascent, however, provoked resentment. Senators and equestrians bristled at being outranked by former slaves. Historians like Tacitus and Suetonius often portray these powerful freedmen as schemers or sycophants, corrupting the emperor and degrading Roman values. But the very vehemence of these critiques reveals their influence. They were indispensable and unignorable, a class of men who defied the assumption that nobility came only from blood. Of course, not all freedmen succeeded. Many lived modestly, struggling to make ends meet. Some returned to forms of servitude, bound by debt or desperation. Others faced discrimination, legal disputes, or social ostracism. The transition from slavery to freedom was not a guarantee of happiness, and the past was never far behind. A former slave who rose too quickly, spent too freely, or spoke too boldly might find doors closed and invitations rescinded. The markers of slavery, accent, behavior, appearance, could not always be erased. And yet, the very presence of the freedman class reshaped Roman society. They brought new ideas, economic dynamism, and cultural richness. They challenged old hierarchies and created new ones. They founded dynasties, built monuments, and left inscriptions that told their own stories. They were not passive recipients of freedom, but active agents of transformation. Even in death, freedmen marked their place in the world. Their tombs, though often outside the city walls, were crafted with care and pride. Many featured busts of the deceased, inscriptions honoring their patrons, and dedications from wives, husbands, or children. These tombs told the story of a life reclaimed of someone who had once been owned, and who had carved a space for themselves in the world of the free. In the end, the freedman's story is not just about escape from bondage. It is about resilience, reinvention, and the pursuit of dignity. In a society built on hierarchy, where status was everything, freedmen proved that identity could be forged anew. Their lives stand as a testament to the complexity of Roman slavery, not just a system of oppression, but also, paradoxically, one that offered, in rare and uneven ways, the possibility of renewal. Throughout the centuries of Roman dominion, the enslaved toiled under harsh conditions, stripped of autonomy and recognition. But even within a system as rigid and brutal as Roman slavery, resistance found a voice. It spoke in whispers and songs, in poison and flight, in sharpened tools and drawn swords. While many slaves endured their fates quietly, others resisted, sometimes subtly, sometimes spectacularly. The most dramatic expressions of this defiance came in the form of revolts, but the quieter acts of sabotage and survival were just as critical to the texture of resistance. Together, these acts formed a hidden thread within the tapestry of Roman history, the constant, perilous dream of freedom. Slavery in Rome, as in all slave societies, was built on control not only of labor, but of thought, expression, and movement. To resist was to challenge an entire system that regulated every aspect of life. Yet this didn't deter the enslaved from seeking avenues, however narrow, for pushback. Some found ways to slow down work, feign illness, or damage tools. Others developed networks to share news, offer protection, or even plan escape. These acts may not have toppled empires, but they affirmed the basic truth of their humanity, that even in bondage they had agency. Among the most significant and terrifying events for the Roman ruling class were the organized slave rebellions, especially those known as the Servile Wars. These large-scale uprisings rattled the foundations of Roman society and demonstrated the deep unrest festering beneath its prosperous surface. The most famous of these was the Third Servile War, led by Spartacus, a name that echoes through history as a symbol of defiance and resistance. But before Spartacus, there were earlier revolts. The First Servile War broke out in Sicily, a province known for its massive estates worked by thousands of enslaved agricultural laborers. The conditions there were particularly brutal, with slaves often forced to labor under armed overseers, poorly fed, and subject to cruel punishments. The spark for the rebellion came from a man named Eunice, a Syrian slave who claimed prophetic visions and magical powers. Charismatic and persuasive, Eunice inspired thousands to take up arms. His forces captured several cities, including Enna, and fought the Roman legions for several years. Eunice was not a trained general, but his movement grew rapidly. At one point numbering over 200,000, his followers established a short-lived kingdom, minted coins, and attempted to govern the areas they had seized. Eventually, however, the rebellion was crushed by Roman forces led by Consul Publius Rupilius. Eunice was captured and died in prison. Though ultimately unsuccessful, the First Servile War exposed the vulnerabilities of the Roman slave economy and the potential for revolt when desperation and opportunity collided. The Second Servile War followed just a few decades later, around 104 to 100 BCE, again in Sicily. This time, the unrest was sparked by Rome's own actions. A decree that certain slaves be freed was rescinded, enraging those who had briefly tasted the possibility of liberty. The revolt was led by Salvius and Athenian, two slaves who demonstrated formidable leadership and military skill. The rebellion lasted for years and required significant Roman resources to suppress. Again, the message was clear. Enslaved populations, particularly in isolated agricultural regions, could and would rise up when pushed too far. The most renowned of all slave uprisings, however, erupted in Italy itself during the late Roman Republic, known as the Third Servile War, or the War of Spartacus. This rebellion began not in the fields, but in the ludus, the gladiator training school of Capua. Spartacus, a Thracian prisoner of war, had been trained as a gladiator, his body honed for violence, his mind sharpened by survival. Alongside about 70 other gladiators, he escaped, armed with kitchen tools and stolen weapons. They fled to Mount Vesuvius, where they established a stronghold. What began as a desperate flight soon transformed into a massive movement. Escaped slaves and disaffected peasants joined Spartacus, swelling his ranks to perhaps 120,000 at the rebellion's height. Unlike previous leaders, Spartacus demonstrated remarkable tactical acumen. He defeated several Roman legions, avoided entrapment, and maintained discipline within his ranks. His objectives remain debated. Some sources suggest he wanted to flee over the Alps and return home. Others say he aimed to overthrow the Roman state. What is certain is that he commanded the attention and fear of Rome's most powerful men. For nearly 2 years, Spartacus's army roamed the Italian countryside, defeating consular armies and disrupting trade and travel. His campaign culminated in a final battle against Marcus Licinius Crassus, a wealthy patrician who was granted extraordinary command powers to end the war. Crassus's strategy was ruthless. He built a massive trench to trap Spartacus's forces in southern Italy and decimated any captured rebels, crucifying them along the Appian Way as a warning to others. The rebellion ended in blood. Spartacus himself likely died in battle, though his body was never identified. Thousands of his followers were killed or enslaved once more, and yet the legend of Spartacus endured. He became a symbol not only of resistance, but of what the enslaved might achieve with unity, leadership, and desperation. Roman senators, terrified by the scale of the revolt, enacted stricter controls, yet privately, many feared it could happen again. Large-scale revolts, however, were rare. Most enslaved people resisted in quieter, less visible ways. Flight was one of the most common forms of resistance. Runaway slaves fugitivi were so numerous that entire industries developed to capture and return them. Notices of runaway slaves were posted on city walls, offering rewards and descriptions. Some fugitives formed communities in remote areas, living off the land or joining brigands. The threat of escape haunted masters, who responded with greater surveillance, harsher punishments, and branded tattoos. Slaves caught trying to flee might be whipped, shackled, or mutilated. Poison was another feared weapon of the enslaved. Roman sources report numerous incidents where slaves poisoned their masters or their families. In one infamous case, in 02 BCE, a group of household slaves in Rome was accused of conspiring to poison their owner, leading to a mass execution. The possibility that a trusted cook, nurse, or body servant could turn assassin created a climate of paranoia. While some of these cases may have been exaggerated or fabricated, they reflect deep anxieties about the power that slaves could wield even within intimate domestic settings. Resistance also took cultural forms. Enslaved people maintained their native languages, songs, and religious practices. They shared stories of homeland deities, whispered histories, and oral traditions that helped preserve a sense of identity. Within the confines of bondage, these expressions were acts of defiance, assertions that they were more than their roles or chains. Some even formed secret cults or participated in mystery religions, where initiation and sacred knowledge offered a spiritual refuge from worldly suffering. Sabotage was another method. Slaves working in agriculture, mining, or construction could damage tools, underperform, or feign incompetence. A dropped amphora, a mismeasured grain sack, or a poorly maintained aqueduct might seem like accidents, but sometimes they were deliberate acts of defiance. While these acts rarely altered the balance of power, they chipped away at the smooth functioning of the slave economy and reminded masters that control was never absolute. Enslaved individuals also resisted through alliances and love. Romantic relationships, especially among household slaves, could offer solidarity and emotional refuge. Some slaves even formed unofficial families, raising children together under the constant threat of separation. These bonds, while fragile, provided strength. In some cases, slaves sacrificed personal safety to protect or rescue loved ones. The act of loving, in a world designed to deny personhood, was in itself an act of rebellion. Legal resistance was rare but not unknown. Some slaves used the courts to challenge unjust treatment or to claim promises of manumission. While the odds were stacked against them, a few were successful. In one recorded case, a slave won freedom in court by proving that his master had agreed to manumission and failed to follow through. Such victories were exceptions, but they highlight the agency some enslaved individuals retained even within the legal system. The legacy of slave resistance in Rome is difficult to measure, in part because most of what we know comes from elite sources: historians, senators, and poets who viewed slaves through the lens of fear, disdain, or romanticized nostalgia. Rarely do we hear the voices of the enslaved themselves. Yet, in the silences, in the laws passed to prevent rebellion, in the tales of flight and punishment, we glimpse the outlines of a story that persists beneath the official record. Rome's slave system, for all its sophistication and legal scaffolding, could never fully extinguish the will to resist. Whether through mass rebellion or whispered refusal, the enslaved fought to assert their dignity, reclaim their humanity, and, in some cases, change the world. The scars of these struggles remain etched in the landscapes of Sicily and Campania, in the ruins of villas and fields once tilled by bound hands. They remind us that even in Rome, the empire of law and order, freedom was not a gift, but a battle. In our next chapter, we will shift focus from the fires of rebellion to the gears of economy. How did slavery fuel Rome's prosperity? What industries depended on enslaved labor? And what happened to the Roman economy when that labor was disrupted? If Roman civilization was a mighty engine that conquered the known world, then slavery was the fuel that kept its gears in motion. From the bustling ports of Ostia to the sun-drenched vineyards of Sicily, from the opulent villas of the patrician elite to the sweat-drenched tunnels of silver mines in Hispania, enslaved labor sustained the Roman economy in almost every sector. It was a system so deeply embedded, so taken for granted, that its vast reach could be both invisible and inescapable. To understand the power and prosperity of ancient Rome is to confront the reality that so much of it was built on the backs of the enslaved. At its core, the Roman economy was agrarian. Agriculture wasn't merely a source of food, it was the foundation of wealth, social status, and political power. The largest and most profitable farms were the latifundienormous estates, owned by senators and equestrians, worked primarily by enslaved laborers. These estates stretched across the Italian peninsula and throughout Rome's provinces, particularly in Sicily, North Africa, and Gaul. They produced grain, olives, wine, and livestock in vast quantities, supplying not only the local population, but also the growing demands of the capital. The work on these estates was punishing. Enslaved agricultural laborers, often captured during Rome's relentless wars of expansion, were driven hard. Overseers maintained order with threats, whips, and isolation. Fields had to be cleared, plowed, planted, irrigated, harvested, and processed, often with primitive tools under intense heat. Enslaved people who toiled in the countryside lived in barrack-like accommodations, away from families and cut off from urban life. Their days began before sunrise and ended only after dusk. Illness and injury were common. Rest was rare. In economic terms, they were Rome's most valuable assets and among its most expendable. Beyond agriculture, the Roman economy depended heavily on slave labor in mining and quarrying. The mines of Hispania, Dacia, and Asia Minor produced the gold, silver, iron, copper, and lead that funded Rome's wars, monuments, and coinage. Working conditions in these mines were horrific. Enslaved laborers were chained, confined underground for days at a time, and subjected to relentless labor with minimal sustenance. Ancient sources describe the mines as tombs for the living. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century CE, referred to mining as a form of death. Yet the output was staggering. Roman silver coins denarii minted from mined ores circulated across the empire, a daily reminder of the human suffering beneath their gleam. In urban centers, slavery also played a crucial economic role. Cities like Rome, Carthage, Alexandria, and Antioch were not merely hubs of administration or culture, they were engines of commerce. And slavery was the oil that kept them running smoothly. Enslaved artisans produced goods ranging from pottery and textiles to metalwork and jewelry. Skilled slaves worked as cobblers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and weavers, sometimes running workshops under their master's name. Others labored in the tabernatha, bustling shops that lined the streets and forums, selling bread, oil, wine, or luxury items to passers-by. One of the more fascinating aspects of urban slavery was the degree to which slaves could operate as quasi-independent economic agents. Through the system of peculiar migrant, of money or property managed by the slave but technically owned by the master, many enslaved people conducted business, negotiated contracts, and managed other workers. Some ran storefronts, collected rents, or oversaw shipping operations. While the profits flowed to their masters, the autonomy some slaves wielded blurred the lines between servitude and entrepreneurship. This ambiguity extended to the world of banking and finance. Wealthy Romans frequently employed trusted slaves as dispensatories, accountants, and money handlers. These individuals maintained ledgers, managed investments, and arranged loans. Some had so much financial acumen that they were manumitted and continued as business partners. Freedmen with backgrounds in finance often became wealthy themselves, particularly in the trade-heavy regions of the empire's Mediterranean coastlines. Trade and transportation also relied on enslaved labor. Roman merchant ships carried goods between ports, and much of the work loading, unloading, and maintaining these vessels was done by slaves. In port cities like Ostia or Putelli, enslaved dockworkers moved amphorae of wine, barrels of fish sauce, sacks of grain, and bundles of textiles. Inland, slaves drove ox carts, maintained roads, and worked in the cursus publicus Rome's state-run courier system. These logistical networks allowed the empire's economy to function at an unprecedented scale, connecting far-flung provinces through supply chains lubricated with unfree labor. Even Rome's famed hospitality and entertainment sectors were dependent on the enslaved. Taverns, inns, and bathhouses were staffed by slaves who cooked, cleaned, served, and sometimes offered more intimate services. In elite households, slaves served as chefs, musicians, masseurs, and entertainers. The opulent Roman convivium, formal dinner party, was a showcase of wealth and refinement, where everything from the temperature of the water to the arrangement of the couches was managed by slaves. Their presence was as much a symbol of status as the food itself. The economy of spectacle, gladiatorial games, theater, chariot races was also powered by the enslaved. Gladiators, while sometimes volunteers, were often slaves trained in brutal schools and forced to perform in arenas. Slaves worked as animal keepers, stagehands, musicians, and costume designers in the theaters of Rome. These entertainments were not merely diversions, they were cultural institutions, political tools, and massive economic enterprises. Slaves were the invisible infrastructure beneath the applause. The wealth generated by this system did not go unnoticed. Roman writers and statesmen often linked the prosperity of the empire to its reliance on slavery. Otho the Elder, in his treatise De Agricultura, offered practical advice to estate owners. Treat your slaves like tools, dispose of old or sickly ones, and calculate their output in monetary terms. Slaves were not people to be protected, but assets to be optimized. Cicero, while occasionally sympathetic to the plight of loyal slaves, also recognized their economic function. Even Stoic philosophers, who argued for humane treatment of slaves, rarely questioned the morality of the institution itself. Yet, Rome was not static. Over the centuries, changes in warfare, population, and legal norms began to shift the structure of slavery and its economic role. During the early Republic and early Empire, Rome's conquests provided a steady supply of new slaves. Gaul, Hispania, Macedonia, and North Africa all offered fresh labor pools through captured populations. But as Rome's expansion slowed, particularly after the 2nd century CE, the supply of slaves began to dwindle. War no longer yielded captives in the same numbers, and the cost of maintaining large slave estates rose. This labor shortage had economic consequences. Some landowners began turning to tenant farming, using free but indebted farmers to work the land in exchange for a share of the produce. This model, known as colony labor, foreshadowed the systems of serfdom that would later characterize medieval Europe. While not technically slaves, the coloni were often bound to the land through debt or contract, creating a new class of dependent laborers. The transition was gradual, but marked the beginning of a shift away from slave-based agriculture. Urban slavery also evolved. Freedmen, often the sons or daughters of former slaves, began to dominate certain sectors, especially in skilled trades and administration. The lines between enslaved, freed and freeborn workers blurred. In the later empire, some professions became hereditary and restricted, locking individuals into occupations regardless of status. The economy adapted to changing conditions, but the legacy of slavery remained deeply embedded. The economic reach of slavery extended beyond production and commerce into finance and taxation. Slaves were taxable assets. They could be leased, mortgaged, or bequeathed. Rich Romans used slaves as collateral for loans, and the value of an estate was often measured by the number and specialization of its slaves. Tax collectors might seize slaves to cover unpaid debts, and probate disputes often hinged on the disposition of enslaved property. Furthermore, the very institutions of state senatorial administration, military provisioning, temple operations depended on enslaved labor. Public slaves, owned by the state, maintained roads, aqueducts, and temples. They acted as clerks, janitors, and laborers. While they often enjoyed more stable conditions than private slaves, they remained bound to their roles without autonomy. The Roman economy was not merely privated, was publicly entangled in slavery from top to bottom. But the system's very success contained the seeds of its instability. The concentration of wealth among a few elite landowners hollowed out the middle classes. The reliance on slave labor suppressed wages and disincentivized innovation in labor-saving technology. The moral and psychological costs of enslavement, both master and slave cur of its social cohesion. When economic shocks hit, such as plagues or invasions, the fragility of a slave-dependent economy became apparent. And yet, the legacy of this economy endured. Even as Rome transformed, collapsed, and gave way to successor states, the blueprint of slavery as economic infrastructure remained. Medieval societies adapted its logic. Colonial empires revived its practices. The Roman model of exploiting unfree labor for economic gain cast a long and troubling shadow over world history. Today, we remember Rome for its roads, its aqueducts, its literature and laws. But behind each marble column, beneath each amphora of oil, in the echo of each coin dropped into a marketplace purse, was the unseen labor of millions who could not walk free. Their labor built an empire, but their humanity was the price. In the next chapter, we will turn from economic systems to philosophical ones. What did Roman thinkers say about slavery? How did they reconcile the institution with ideas of virtue, justice, and natural law? In the marble halls of Roman villas, under frescoed ceilings, and among shelves heavy with scrolls, Rome's intellectuals pondered the great questions of life justice, nature, virtue, freedom. But in those same villas, in the shadows of those philosophical musings, slaves labored silently. They poured wine, swept floors, copied manuscripts, and tended gardens in question, unvoiced and unfree. The presence of slavery in Roman life was so pervasive, so routine, that it created a fundamental tension for thinkers who believed themselves to be men of reason and morality. Could a society that cherished liberty and citizenship justify the bondage of millions? Could an empire that celebrated virtue also treat people as property? In confronting the philosophy of slavery in ancient Rome, we enter a world not only of contradiction, but of selective logic. Roman intellectuals, Seneca, Cicero, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and others grappled with the institution of slavery in diverse and often revealing ways. Their writings do not form a unified ethical critique of slavery. Instead, they provide a window into how a slaveholding society rationalized inequality, sought moral comfort, and, on rare occasions, expressed radical sympathy. The earliest and most influential voices belonged to the Stoics, a philosophical school that originated in Greece and found fertile ground in Rome. Stoicism emphasized rationality, self-control, and the alignment of one's life with nature and reason. At its core, it proposed a universal brotherhood of mankind, united by shared reason. This principle would seem, on its face, to contradict the practice of slavery. If all humans possess reason, how can one man justly enslave another? Seneca the Younger, a prominent Stoic philosopher and advisor to Emperor Nero, offers one of the most complex perspectives. In his letters to Lucilius, Seneca urges the humane treatment of slaves and reflects on their shared humanity. They are slaves, he writes, but they are also men. He advises masters to dine with their slaves, to speak to them with respect, to remember that fate could reverse their positions. Yet Seneca never advocates for the abolition of slavery. He accepts it as a natural condition of life, a role assigned by fortune, like wealth or illness. His Stoicism is inwardly liberating, but socially conservative. It teaches how to be moral within slavery, not how to end it. Seneca's writings reveal a key paradox. He affirms the spiritual equality of all men while tolerating their legal inequality. This duality allowed Roman elites to see themselves as ethical, even while owning other human beings. The Stoic emphasis on internal freedom of the soul from passions and desires was used to argue that even a slave could be free in the truest sense, while a master might be enslaved by greed or anger. This redefinition of freedom as inward rather than outward allowed slavery to persist undisturbed. Another Stoic voice, more radical in tone, came from Epictetus, a man who had himself been enslaved. Born into slavery in Phrygia and later brought to Rome, Epictetus studied Stoicism under his master's permission. Eventually freed, he became a respected teacher and thinker. In his discourses, Epictetus speaks with remarkable clarity about the dignity of the enslaved. No man is free, he says, who is not master of himself. Like other Stoics, he emphasizes inner control, but his lived experience gives his philosophy a sharper edge. He critiques those who claim freedom yet live enslaved to public opinion or fear, though he stops short of calling for systemic change. His writings radiate a quiet defiance, a refusal to accept that social status defines moral worth. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, also embraced Stoicism. In his Meditations, written during military campaigns, he reflects on duty, mortality, and the nature of justice. Slavery appears only obliquely in his writings, often as metaphor. He urges compassion, discipline, and perspective, but he does not confront the ethics of owning human beings. His reign was marked by relative stability, and, like many Roman rulers, he saw slavery as a given, not a question. Outside the Stoic tradition, other Roman thinkers approached slavery through the lens of law and politics. Cicero, the great orator and statesman, offers a more pragmatic view. In his political writings and speeches, Cicero upholds the Roman social order, including slavery. He acknowledges that slavery exists by jus gentium, the law of nations, and not by jus natural, the natural law. In other words, slavery is a human institution, not one ordained by nature. Yet Cicero does not challenge its existence. Rather, he focuses on how it should be regulated. He speaks of just wars, the legitimacy of conquest, and the rights of citizens all, while accepting that those conquered may rightfully become slaves. Cicero's position reveals the underlying logic of Roman slavery. It was justified by victory. In a world shaped by military conquest, the enslavement of defeated peoples was seen not as a moral failure, but as the natural reward of power. War was both a source of labor and a narrative of legitimacy. A slave was not merely a person without freedom. They were a symbol of Roman dominance. This framework allowed the Romans to maintain a sense of virtue while practicing domination. They developed intricate laws governing the treatment, punishment, and manumission of slaves. Jurists like Gaius and Ulpian codified distinctions between slaves and free persons, outlined procedures for sale and inheritance, and provided limited protections against excessive cruelty. These laws did not challenge the institution. They merely sought to make it orderly. Religion, too, shaped philosophical attitudes toward slavery. Roman religion was deeply hierarchical, mirroring the social order. Gods ruled over mortals, just as masters ruled over slaves. But within certain cults, especially those with Eastern origins, a different vision emerged. Mystery religions, like the cult of Isis or Mithras, preached a form of spiritual equality. Initiates, whether free or enslaved, underwent the same rituals and sought the same salvation. In these sacred spaces, the barriers of status blurred, offering a glimpse of a world beyond bondage. Christianity, emerging in the 1st century CE, introduced yet another perspective. Early Christian texts, including the letters of Paul, addressed slavery directly. Paul urged slaves to obey their masters, but also reminded masters that they, too, were servants of God. The message was one of mutual obligation rather than liberation. Yet the Christian idea that all souls were equal before God slowly undermined the ideological foundations of slavery. Over centuries, Christian ethics would challenge and eventually outlive the institution, though not before becoming entangled in its justification. Perhaps the most poignant voices are those that never wrote but were written about. In Roman comedies, slaves often appear as clever tricksters, outwitting their masters and controlling the plot. These fictional portrayals reveal popular ambivalence toward slavery, an acknowledgement of slaves' intelligence and wit, coupled with an insistence on their subordination. In literature, the slave was both comic relief and moral mirror, a figure who exposed the folly of the powerful. Philosophy in Rome, then, was not a monolith. It reflected the tensions of its society, aspirations toward justice coexisting with the normalization of oppression. For every noble sentiment, there was a blind spot. For every expression of sympathy, a boundary that could not be crossed. The institution of slavery endured not because no one questioned it, but because those who questioned it did so within a framework that accepted its inevitability. Still, within these writings, one can trace the seeds of doubt. When Seneca insists that slaves should be treated with respect, he admits, however reluctantly, that they are not mere property. When Epictetus teaches that no man can own another's soul, he lays the groundwork for future rejections of slavery. When Christian thinkers imagine a kingdom where all are equal, they hint at a moral revolution yet to come. These philosophical gestures did not end slavery in Rome, but they mattered. They preserved a record of inner conflict, of a society that saw itself as rational yet depended on subjugation. They remind us that systems of oppression do not persist solely through cruelty. They are sustained by thought, justified by logic, and softened by the illusion of benevolence. And they remind us, too, that resistance begins not only with rebellion, but with the refusal to accept injustice as natural. The enslaved had little voice in the libraries of Rome, but their presence shaped every page. Their labor made leisure possible. Their silence made rhetoric resound. Their suffering made virtue visible. In the philosophies of Rome, they were both shadow and substance, absent and essential. In the crowded markets and quiet courtyards of ancient Rome, the figure of the enslaved woman was ever present, yet often invisible in the historical record. Her life was woven into the daily rhythms of Roman households, temples, fields, and streets. And yet her voice rarely surfaces in the literature of the elite. To understand the experience of women in Roman slavery is to enter a world of compounded oppression where gender and status intersected to create lives marked by relentless labor, vulnerability to exploitation, and the quiet, fierce struggle for dignity. While all enslaved people in Rome faced the fundamental denial of freedom, enslaved women bore unique burdens. Their value to Roman society was often measured not just in their physical labor, but in their sexual availability, reproductive potential, and domestic service. They were subjected to both the expectations of productive work and the intimate demands of their masters. The legal system offered little protection. Indeed, it codified their subordination. And yet, within this constrained world, enslaved women found ways to form bonds, protect their children, negotiate status, and, on occasion, secure their freedom. Most enslaved women in Rome worked within domestic settings, from the luxurious villas of the aristocracy to the modest homes of craftsmen. Women labored as cooks, wet nurses, hairdressers, maids, and midwives. In wealthy households, an elite Roman matron might be surrounded by dozens of female slaves, each assigned a specific role. One woman might tend her mistress's wardrobe, another style her hair, another bathe her children. These roles placed enslaved women in intimate proximity to their owners, giving them access to the private lives of the free, yet also placing them under constant scrutiny. This intimacy could be both a shield and a weapon. An enslaved maid who anticipated her mistress's moods, who managed a child's tantrum or soothed a master's temper, might become indispensable. Her familiarity could offer a measure of protection, especially in comparison to those who labored in fields or mines. But it could also expose her to physical and emotional abuse. Enslaved women were often punished not only for failures of work, but for perceived failures of demeanor, speaking out of turn, displaying defiance, or even attracting unwanted attention. Sexual exploitation was a grim reality for many enslaved women. Roman law placed no restrictions on a master's access to the bodies of his female slaves. They were, in the eyes of the law, property, and this included sexual use. A male owner could force himself on a female slave without fear of legal reprisal. Indeed, it was considered his right. The enslaved woman had no legal recourse, no grounds to refuse, and no power to consent. This vulnerability was one of the defining features of female servitude in Rome. Some enslaved women were kept specifically as concubines, long-term sexual companions, who held a position just above casual use but below formal marriage. While concubinage offered a degree of stability, it was still a coercive relationship. A master might develop genuine affection, even promise manumission, or provide for the children born of such unions. But the imbalance of power was ever present. The enslaved woman's position could change at any moment through jealousy, death, or sale. Children born to enslaved women inherited their mother's status. This principle, known as partus sequitur, ventrum, ensured that slavery reproduced itself across generations. The child of a free man and a slave woman was a slave. This reality meant that enslaved women's bodies were not only sites of labor and desire, but of reproduction and economic continuity. They produced the next generation of laborers, and their fertility was both commodified and controlled. Some owners encouraged enslaved women to bear children, viewing it as a cost-effective means of increasing their household labor force. Others feared the complications of enslaved maternity attachment to offspring, divided loyalties, or emotional distress. Enslaved mothers faced the constant threat of separation from their children. A child might be sold, sent to another estate, or simply removed from the household. Roman comedies often played this for drama or humor, but for enslaved women, it was a source of unending grief. Despite these conditions, enslaved women formed deep familial and emotional bonds. Within the slave quarters, women forged communities. They supported one another during childbirth, shared food and stories, and raised children together. These informal networks were sources of resilience and resistance. An enslaved woman might risk punishment to protect a friend or shield a child. These acts, though often invisible to the historical record, were powerful affirmations of care and solidarity in a world designed to erase them. Some enslaved women worked outside the home, in urban centers like Rome, Ostia, and Pompeii. Women labored in shops, markets, and workshops. They sold produce, wove textiles, prepared food, and even operated taverns on behalf of their masters. Inscriptions and graffiti reveal the presence of women in commercial life, some identified by name, others simply as serva. These roles brought different risks and opportunities. A slave who managed a shop or stall might gain experience, a small peculium, and even contacts that could one day aid her manumission. But she was also exposed to the dangers of the public sphere, harassment, violence, and arrest. The brothel was one of the darkest sites of female slavery. Enslaved women were bought, trained, and forced to work as prostitutes across the empire. Rome's red light districts were crowded, dangerous, and regulated by both custom and corruption. Brothel slaves were marked with tattoos or collars, denied even the illusion of choice. Their days were shaped by the whims of customers, the greed of pimps, and the inescapability of their condition. Few rose from this position. Even manumission did not erase the stigma of sexual slavery. Freed women who had been prostitutes often found their futures circumscribed by shame. Religious service offered a narrow alternative for some enslaved women. In temples dedicated to goddesses like Venus, Isis, or Cybele, female slaves worked as attendants, caretakers, or ritual performers. While still unfree, their roles were sometimes more respected, and in rare cases they gained spiritual authority. The cult of Isis, in particular, attracted many women both free and enslaved, who found in its rituals a sense of community and transcendence. In funerary inscriptions, some former temple slaves were honored as sacerdotia, suggesting that within the sacred, women could access a measure of dignity otherwise denied them. Literary sources provide only glimpses of enslaved women's inner lives. In Roman plays, they are often clever maids or seductive tricksters, archetypes, rather than individuals. In poetry, they are muses, lovers, or tragic figures. But in funerary inscriptions, we sometimes hear their own voices or those of their loved ones. A tombstone might read, "To Antonia, freedwoman, beloved wife and mother, who lived faithfully and died too soon." Such inscriptions suggest lives of complexity, women who endured, loved, and were loved in return. Manumission was a possibility for some enslaved women, particularly those who served closely in households or formed long-term relationships with their masters. A woman might be freed in gratitude for loyal service or in recognition of her role as mother to her master's children. Some purchased their own freedom through saved peculium. Upon manumission, they became liberty-free women and gained legal rights, including the ability to marry, own property, and conduct business. Yet even as freed women, many carried the stigma of their former status. Their options for marriage were limited, their social mobility constrained. Still, for those who achieved it, manumission offered a new life and the chance to secure a better future for their children. Motherhood was often the central pillar of an enslaved woman's identity, both in bondage and in freedom. The love between enslaved mothers and their children was one of the most powerful forms of resistance. It was a love that defied ownership, that claimed kinship in the face of commodification. When enslaved women sang lullabies, taught their children stories, or wept at their absence, they were asserting a humanity that Roman law denied. In doing so, they planted seeds of resilience that could not be uprooted. The experience of women in Roman slavery was not monolithic. Status, ethnicity, geography, and skill shaped their lives in different ways. A Greek-born tutor might have access to books and teaching, while a Numidian field worker labored under the sun. A palace attendant might navigate palace politics, while a brothel slave fought for survival. But across these differences, common threads emerge: the vulnerability to violence, the centrality of reproductive control, the importance of community, and the enduring struggle to find meaning in suffering. In reflecting on the lives of enslaved women, we are reminded that history is not only made by emperors and armies, it is shaped in kitchens, bedrooms, and birthing rooms by women whose names are lost, but whose presence was profound. Their endurance, their resistance, and their quiet strength are part of the Roman story no marble statue can capture. In the Roman world, where the boundaries between person and property were drawn in blood and bronze, few lives began with less hope than those of children born into slavery. These young souls, whose first breaths were drawn in kitchens, slave quarters, and fields, inherited not only the status of their mothers, but also a system designed to deny them autonomy, identity, and future. In a society where a child could be owned, traded, or discarded, growing up enslaved meant navigating a world shaped by constant vulnerability and constrained possibility. The Roman legal principle, partus sequitur ventrum, dictated that the child of an enslaved woman, regardless of the father's status, would also be a slave. This law ensured the perpetuation of slavery through reproduction, cementing generational bondage as a cornerstone of the Roman labor force. For slaveholders, this rule was economically advantageous. It meant that the birth of a child increased their wealth. Enslaved women, therefore, were not only laborers, but potential sources of future slaves. For the children themselves, however, this legal inheritance meant a life defined from the start by limitation. Children born into slavery were often referred to by diminutives, pore and puleo, and were raised in environments dictated by the household or estate to which they belonged. In large urban homes, they were frequently raised alongside other slave children under the supervision of older slaves, such as midwives, nurses, or nutresses. These caretakers provided basic nurturing, often drawing on the maternal instincts and skills honed through years of caring for others' offspring. In some cases, enslaved women who had children were assigned to communal child-rearing tasks, fostering an informal kinship network among the enslaved. Yet the comfort of these networks was always fragile. Slave children were not raised in anticipation of freedom or adulthood in the full Roman sense. Rather, they were groomed to become useful, to work, obey, and serve. Training might begin early, with boys assigned to fetch water or sweep floors, and girls learning to weave, cook, or tend to their mistress's needs. Childhood, as a protected stage of innocence, was a luxury reserved for the free. Enslaved children were considered little more than small adults in the making laborers in training, whose worth was measured in terms of productivity and obedience. Education for slave children varied, depending on their roles and the wealth of their owners. Some were taught basic literacy and numeracy, particularly if destined for clerical work or domestic roles requiring reading and writing. Young boys might be trained as scribes, messengers, or household attendants. Greek slaves, known for their educational background, were sometimes tasked with instructing other slaves, including children. In wealthier homes, it was not uncommon for enslaved boys to receive more advanced educationally in grammar, Greek philosophy, even rhetoric especially, if they showed promise and were being groomed for a future as a personal secretary or tutor. Yet, this education was deeply transactional. It was not meant to uplift or liberate, but to refine the usefulness of the slave. Knowledge was a tool that enhanced their value, not their freedom. And the more capable an enslaved child became, the more tightly they might be bound to their role within the household. A brilliant young scribe might become indispensable, but also irreplaceable and, thus, permanently trapped in servitude. For many children, particularly those born on rural estates or latifundia, life began not with books or training, but with back-breaking labor. As soon as they were physically capable, they joined the rhythms of agricultural life, planting, harvesting, caring for animals, or gathering firewood. The work was grueling, the hours long, and the environment often brutal. Illness and injury were common. Proper medical care was rare. These children, far from the supervision of their owners, were overseen by velici, who could be as cruel or indifferent as any Roman master. Discipline was harsh. Roman law permitted owners to punish slave children just as they would adults, often with beatings, shackling, or starvation. Small infractions, stealing food, failing to complete a task, or displaying defiance, could be met with violence. There was no appeal, no protector, and no recourse. In some cases, slave children were branded or collared, especially if they attempted escape or showed signs of rebellion. These marks of ownership served both as punishment and as permanent reminders of their status. Despite this bleak picture, the world of slave children was not devoid of joy or creativity. Within the confines of their environment, they played, formed friendships, and carved out small spaces of childhood. Archaeological evidence, miniature toys, carved figurines, and graffiti suggests that play was a part of their lives. Games with pebbles, makeshift dolls, and rudimentary board games offered brief escapes from toil. In these moments, children could forget, however fleetingly, the burdens placed upon them. Some children were born not only into slavery, but into the intimate and ambiguous world of mixed-status households. A master might father children with an enslaved woman by force, coercion, or a long-term relationship. These children, though biologically linked to a free citizen, were still legally slaves. In some cases, a master might manumit the child, either at birth or later in life. especially if he acknowledged paternity. Such children occupied a liminal space, not fully accepted by Roman society, yet no longer entirely enslaved. They might become liberty-freed persons who carried the name of their former master and bore the obligations of loyalty and service even after manumission. The manumission of children was not uncommon, especially for those raised in close proximity to the household or those who demonstrated particular promise. Roman society permitted several legal mechanisms by which a slave could be freed. Children might be manumitted formally in a public ceremony or informally through a will. A master might free a child upon reaching adulthood, often around age 30, as a reward for service. In some instances, children were freed alongside their mothers, particularly if the mother had earned her freedom and petitioned on behalf of her child. Manumission offered a path out of slavery, but it was not without its own challenges. Freed children, now liberti or liberté, entered Roman society as clients of their former masters. They owed them loyalty and service, and their opportunities were shaped by the stigma of their birth. Still, for many, freedom meant a chance to earn, to marry legally, to raise children of their own without the fear of separation. Some rose to positions of wealth and prominence, especially in urban trades and commerce. Inscriptions from Pompeii and Rome celebrate the lives of freedmen and freedwomen who had once been children in bondage. For the vast majority, however, freedom was a distant dream. Generational slavery was a cycle. Children born into servitude were raised to serve, trained to obey, and conditioned to accept their place. And yet, even within this cycle, acts of resistance emerged. Children ran away, stole food, sabotaged tools. Some rebelled in silence. Others learned the tools of literacy, waiting for a moment when knowledge could become escape. They remembered songs, preserved names, held on to stories. These were quiet acts of defiance, small flames flickering against the darkness of the institution. Slaveholders, aware of the risks posed by these children, often sought to break familial bonds. The sale of slave children was common. A child might be sold away from their mother at any age, whether to pay debts, settle inheritances, or reallocate labor. These sales were traumatic for both parent and child, and often occurred without warning. The grief of such separations echoes faintly through the inscriptions left behind. One reads simply, "To my daughter, stolen by fate before her time. Whether she died or was sold, we do not know, but the pain lingers." The Roman economy, as previously explored, relied heavily on the reproductive capacity of enslaved women and the labor of their children. In large households, children were considered investments. Some owners, aware of this, took a paternalistic approach. Children were fed, sheltered, and trained not out of compassion, but to protect their investment. Others viewed them as entirely expendable. The level of care a child received depended not on their needs, but on the temperament, wealth, and values of their owner. Religion offered little respite. While some cults, especially those associated with Eastern traditions, emphasized equality of the soul, Roman state religion largely reflected the social order. Children participated in rituals, but always as subordinates. Some were offered as temple servants, or in rare cases, as sacrifices in archaic practices. More often, they were used as attendants in religious festivals, dressed up to honor the gods, while remaining bound to human masters. By the later empire, demographic and economic shifts began to alter the role of enslaved children. As Rome's territorial expansion slowed, and the supply of foreign captives dwindled. Slaveholders became more reliant on reproduction. Childbearing among slaves was increasingly encouraged, especially on large estates. This shift entrenched generational slavery more deeply into the Roman economy. In parallel, some laws emerged to address the treatment of enslaved children, though often to protect the owner's interests rather than the child's welfare. In literature and art, children appear more often as symbols of innocence than as subjects in their own right. The enslaved child rarely takes center stage. When they do appear, it is often in the margins, a child serving wine in a banquet scene, holding a torch in a funeral procession, or playing beside their mother in a fresco. These images, though stylized, offer glimpses of real lives, of boys and girls who laughed, worked, wept, and hoped within the narrow confines of bondage. Today, we remember them not by name, but through the traces they left behind: a child-sized shoe in a villa's ruins, a tiny ceramic doll buried in a corner of a barracks, a name scratched into the wall of a slave dormitory, Felix, meaning happy, perhaps written by a boy who longed to become more than property. These artifacts speak louder than any official record. They remind us that even in silence, these children lived lives full of meaning and longing. The fall of the Roman Empire did not bring an immediate end to slavery. It did not undo centuries of bondage with the sweep of a sword or the crumble of a column. Instead, the systems of Roman slavery, the laws, the customs, the habits of thought, bled into the centuries that followed like ink into water, subtle and persistent. To understand slavery in the Roman world is not only to examine the past, but to trace its fingerprints across the ages. This chapter explores how the Roman institution of slavery cast a long shadow over the medieval world, shaped early modern systems of labor and control, and continues to raise questions about memory, justice, and the stories societies choose to tell. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, its administrative structure fragmented into a patchwork of kingdoms, bishoprics, and local fiefdoms. But even as Rome's legions vanished and its emperors faded into legend, the idea of slavery remained. The Germanic successor states, such as the Visigoths, Ostrogoths, and Franks, all adopted versions of Roman law, including its provisions for slavery. In some cases, they modified these rules to fit local customs. In others, they retained Roman practices almost unchanged. Yet, a transformation was underway. Slavery began to decline in Western Europe, not due to a moral awakening, but because the economic and social structures that had supported mass enslavement began to shift. The large-scale plantation-style agriculture that had dominated the Roman countryside gave way to smaller, self-sufficient estates. Without the machinery of empire to facilitate the steady supply of captives from foreign wars, new sources of enslaved labor dried up. The cost of acquiring and maintaining slaves increased, while the benefits decreased. In place of Roman chattel slavery, the medieval West saw the rise of serfdom, a system where peasants were bound to the land, but not bought and sold as movable property. Serfs owed labor, taxes, and obedience to their lords, and their status was hereditary. While not slaves in the strict Roman legal sense, serfs experienced many similar restrictions. They could not leave their land, marry without permission, or own property in full. The distinction between slavery and serfdom was blurred, especially in the early medieval centuries, and many serfs were descended from former Roman slaves. This evolution was not universal. In the Eastern Roman Empire, known to us as Byzantium, slavery remained more visibly tied to its Roman roots. The Byzantine legal code continued to recognize slavery, and enslaved people worked in households, farms, and even the imperial court. While some reforms were introduced, including greater protections for Christian slaves, the institution itself endured. Slavery in Byzantium would persist for many centuries, influenced by Roman precedent and Greco-Roman thought. Religion played a key role in reshaping attitudes toward slavery. As Christianity spread and solidified its power in the medieval world, it inherited a complex legacy. Early Christian texts had accepted slavery as a fact of life, encouraging good treatment and spiritual equality without challenging the institution itself. Over time, theologians began to grapple more directly with its implications. Augustine of Hippo, one of the most influential thinkers of late antiquity, argued that slavery was a consequence of sin, punishment imposed after the fall of man. It was not part of God's original plan, but a form of divine correction. Despite this theological framing, Christian rulers did not abolish slavery. Instead, they began to differentiate between types of slaves. It became increasingly taboo to enslave fellow Christians, especially those from the same ethnic or cultural group. Non-Christians, pagans, Muslims, Jews, and later, Africans were seen as legitimate targets for enslavement. This shift laid the groundwork for future justifications of racial and religious slavery, especially in the context of the Crusades and European colonial expansion. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, slavery flourished in its own forms, drawing partly on Roman, partly on pre-Islamic, and partly on Quranic traditions. The caliphates inherited Roman infrastructure and knowledge, including its legal approaches to property and servitude. Slavery in Islamic societies was often regulated by religious law, with rules about treatment, manumission, and the rights of enslaved people. Yet the fundamental structure of a person as property remained. Enslaved soldiers, scholars, and concubines filled roles across the Islamic empires, echoing the diversity of Roman slave life. By the time of the Renaissance, Roman slavery was no longer a living institution in most of Europe, but its memory and its mechanisms endured. In the 15th and 16th centuries, European powers began to explore, conquer, and colonize new territories across Africa, Asia, and the Americas. In doing so, they resurrected and redefined slavery on a scale that rivaled and ultimately surpassed the Roman model. The transatlantic slave trade, in particular, drew upon Roman precedents in law, economics, and ideology. When Spanish and Portuguese colonizers sought legal and moral justification for enslaving indigenous peoples and Africans, they often turned to Roman texts. The concept of just war, developed in Roman and Christian thought, was used to argue that those captured in battle or conquest could be enslaved. The Roman legal idea that slaves were race underpinned the dehumanization that allowed for centuries of brutality. Even the branding of enslaved people, common in the Roman world, reappeared in the colonies. In art, literature, and philosophy, Roman slavery also remained a reference point. Enlightenment thinkers debated the meaning of liberty while quoting Roman authors who had defended or described slavery. Montesquieu, in the spirit of the laws, cited Roman practices as examples, sometimes as warnings, sometimes as models. In the American South, defenders of slavery pointed to Rome as proof that slavery was compatible with civilization. If the greatest empire of antiquity had thrived on the labor of the enslaved, why should the modern world be any different? But not all legacies were chains. The memory of Roman slavery also inspired resistance and reform. The figure of Spartacus, the gladiator slave, who led a massive rebellion against Rome, became a symbol of defiance. In revolutionary France and Haiti, he was invoked as a hero. Abolitionists studied Roman history to expose the cruelty and injustice of slavery across time. They asked not only what Rome had done, but what it had failed to recognize the full humanity of the enslaved. The echoes of Roman slavery can also be heard in the language we still use. Words like servant, subjugate, and dominate have Latin roots. The English word slave itself derives from Slav, referring to the Slavic peoples who were frequently enslaved in the early medieval period, a practice inherited from Rome. Our legal systems, built on Roman foundations, continue to grapple with questions of personhood, labor, and human rights. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars and activists have turned renewed attention to the legacy of Roman slavery. Historians have examined the lived experiences of the enslaved, not just the laws and systems, but the stories, fragments, and silences that remain. Museums and classrooms now explore slavery as a central aspect of Roman life, not a marginal detail. In doing so, they help us see that the ancient world was not a distant utopia, but a place of complex people making moral choices, some of which still shape our world today. And what of memory? The Roman Forum stands as a testament to imperial grandeur, but its stones do not speak of the thousands of slaves who built it. The Colosseum thrills millions of visitors each year, but few pause to consider the laborers who raised its walls or the lives taken in its arena. Rome, like many civilizations, has been selective in what it remembers and what it forgets. Yet the legacy of slavery cannot be erased. It is etched into the architecture of cities, into the language of law, into the rhythms of daily life across continents. It persists in the inequities that structure our modern world, in systems of labor, incarceration, and exploitation. Understanding Roman slavery is not just about the past. It is about recognizing how that past lives on in shadows and structures, and asking what we choose to do with that knowledge. As we close this journey through the world of Roman slavery, we are left with more than facts and figures. We are left with voices, some loud, like the orators who defended the system, some quiet, like the mothers who wept for their sold children, some silent, like the thousands whose names were never recorded. These voices form a chorus that demands we listen, not with pity, but with purpose. To study Roman slavery is to confront humanity at its most organized and most inhumane. It is to see how intelligence, culture, and cruelty can coexist. But it is also to see resilience, to glimpse how even in bondage, people carved out lives of meaning, connection, and resistance. And it is to ask, again and again, what kind of world do we build, and for whom? Thank you for walking this path through history with us. May the stories of the enslaved, too often buried and forgotten, find a place in your memory, and may they never be silent again.